हेलो 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 इभीमै खराब भयो तपाईँको इभी खराब भयो मैले यसमा क्यामेराबाट यसमा आछ मैले क्यामेराको यो वानको क्यामेराको अन होइन अडियो त आउने नि थियो हेलो
Check, check. Hey. check. Hey. Hello, check, check. Other basis. Hello, check. Hey.
Hello, hello. बोलिरहेको हेलो 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 यस्तो गर्नु पर्यो भने हेलो 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 चेक चेक म भन्दा लम्बो आयो भने के हुन्छ यसो चेक चेक ठिक छ आवाज नम्बरिङ गरेछ नम्बरिङ गर्नुभएको छ नम्बरिङ गरेछ भने के नम्बरिङ यो ऊ गरे हो वायरलेस चेक गरे हो
फ्लोरमा भएको 4वटा चाहिँ यो वायर्डमा छ क्या
सिग्नल पहिला चेक गरे हो नि भन्नु खोजेँ
ठिक छ
Hello, everyone. Please grab a chair. Anyone standing outside, please come inside the hall. Okay. I think it's time to start. On the clock, 9:43. Only few minutes late. We'll keep the tradition of South Asia alive. So thank you everyone for joining us. My name is Aftab Siddiqui. I work for APNIC Foundation, but today I'm representing SANOG. Good, now pin drop silence, that's perfect. This is something, this is heartening to see that many people sitting in the room. We still have some capacity, hopefully more people will show up. I'm not sure how the traffic is, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Last time I came to Kathmandu when Apricot happened. Since then, a lot of positive changes I have seen last night when I was coming here. So it's remarkable how things are working here in Kathmandu. And returning to Kathmandu is always a special for us. This is the birthplace of SANOG, the South Asia Network Operators Group. This is where it all started more than 2 decades ago. When we look back, a small group of people has started a movement which has now become a regional cooperation rather than just a gathering of network operators. Now it has become an umbrella of national NOGs. We have a very vibrant national NOGs in the region, whether it is Nepal Network Operators Group, India Network Operators Group, Bhutan, or Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Maldives has started, and PKNOG is also trying to wake up a little bit as well. But we have taken a long journey, and today we are as a big regional cooperation organization rather than just a network operators group. I would say thank you to everyone who has participated so far and will continue supporting this initiative in the long run. So let's start the day with the welcome remarks from none other than the chair of the SANOG, Rupesh Shrestha.
Thank you, Aftab. Welcome, everyone. Distinguished guests, friends of SANOG, NPNOG, and NOG community. I am delighted to welcome you all to SANOG-44 with NPNOG-12 event here in Kathmandu, Nepal. As you know, SANOG is a premier community-driven forum for internet infrastructure professionals in South Asia. Established in 2003, SANOG was created to bring together network operators, internet service providers, engineers, researchers, educators, regulators, and technology leaders for a common purpose. That is, to strengthen the technical foundation of the internet through collaboration, education, and shared operational experience. SANOG has helped to start local NOGs, as Aftab also said. So a lot of local NOGs have already started in South Asia and throughout Asia Pacific and worldwide now. Each of the local country NOGs in South Asia now strongly build their community and providing excellent representatives. And then we also have the core, SANOG core committee, who constitutes the representatives from each of these country NOGs. So we have representation from BT NOG, BD NOG, LK NOG, NP NOG, IN NOG, and all the NOGs in South Asia. So SANOG is now the group of the country NOGs. Yesterday, we also completed 4 days of workshop on next-gen routing and network security managed by NPNOG and with help from APNIC and other stakeholders. Total 94 people got training and certified. Today and tomorrow, the program committee has put together a great lineup of very interesting presentations, tutorials, and panel discussions. Thanks to the program committee for that. SANOG being the regional platform, we have started to include internet-related partners to arrange their meeting and programs during the event and have assigned a separate day as a Partners Day on 20th of July. Tuesday, that is Tuesday, as a partners meet where we have APNIC Sub-Regional Forum, Internet Society's community meeting, NREN community meeting, and sponsor session too. I believe this is just a beginning of SANOG to be a binding catalyst for many internet and network-related organizations to come together in SANOG platform. I'm also very happy to announce that SANOG has received ICIF grant this year from APNIC Foundation to help NOGs for their capacity building and infrastructure support. We are already working on it with all the NOGs under the program. With support from our partner, I'm sure that SANOG and our community will keep on helping to make the internet stable and secure for all. This event, we also have the fellowship program, extensive fellowship program supported by APNIC Foundation and Flex Optics. We have 14 local fellows as well as 8 international fellows represented in participating in this SANOG very successfully. Also, thanks to the fellowship committee for managing all this in a very short period of time. And lastly, thanks to Chairman NTA, Arjun sir, for honoring us in this as a chief guest of this event. Many people to thank. Probably I can do that towards the end of the event during the closing. So many people have contributed to this event. We have more than 350 registration, and there are still people who are coming on site without registration and then just coming directly and registering on site. We have more than 100 plus foreign participants, which is a good success milestone for us as well. Thank you all the participants for coming over, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Rupesh Dai. Next, we have our very own friend, Samit Jana, representing NPNOG as the president of NPNOG. Samit.
Thank you, Aftab. Good morning, everyone. I'm start having a flashback of 4 years back when I was giving welcome remarks. Same sequence, Rupesh Dai, myself. It's just a mirror version, you know. We were on that side, and today we are in this side. A lot of old faces and a lot of new faces as well. Chief guest of this event, Chairman of Nepal Telecom Authority, Arjun sir, distinguished guests, delegates, speakers, and all industry friends. Namaste, and very warm welcome to NPNOG-12 and SANOG-44. At NPNOG, our purpose has always been quite simple. That is to build a technical capacity and build a professional network and community. Every year, we bring together some of the region's best trainers, gurus, and network engineers to deliver hands-on workshop focused on technology and challenges operators day to day. The first SANOG was held in Kathmandu in December 2016 as a small one-day conference followed by a few days of hands-on workshop. 11 editions later today, our mission remains unchanged. But the scale has grown manyfold. Till date, we have trained more than 1,000 network engineers from different industry verticals, and we have trained through NPNOG. Many of now lead critical parts of Nepal internet infrastructure. This remains our greatest achievement of NPNOG, and it would not have been possible without the continued support of NPNIC, SANOG, NPNOG, NPIX, NREN, ISPAN, our sponsors, and the wider technical community, and also our volunteers and program committee. This year, we are delighted to welcome speakers from more than 10 different countries, presenting over 30 technical sessions. While routing, peering, DNS, network operations, security, and operations remains the heart of our program, we are equally excited to explore emerging areas, including CDNs, data centers, cloud infrastructure, high-performance computing and network, and also AI platform. Today, Nepal stands at a very exciting point in its digital journey. Our fiber infrastructure continues to expand and has reached almost every district of our country. Internet is growing rapidly, as always, and our engineering challenges are also evolving and rapidly day by day, from connectivity now towards cloud, data centers, CDN, AI, etc. And addressing this challenge requires not only better technology, but also stronger collaboration and highly skilled engineers. And that is exactly what this NOG is here for. And today, and over the next couple of days, I encourage each of you to make the most of this opportunity. Attend the sessions, and please make it interactive. Exchange ideas, make connections. The conversation in the hallways, over coffees, and during our networking and social events, and of course with beers, are where many of the best ideas get discussed, and new collaboration will begin. Once again, welcome to Kathmandu, and thank you all for your presence and support.
Thank you, Samit, for the welcome remarks on behalf of NPNOG. The NPNOG community is amazing, and how they've been supporting SANOG here in Nepal is remarkable as well. Thank you for that. Next, we have the Director General of NPNIC, Mr. Jia Ronglo, to share his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Chief guest from Nepal Telecommunications Authority. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jerong. I come from Singapore, and I've joined NPNIC coming to 2 years now. So if I'm a new face, you might not be familiar with me. But coming to 2 years, I realized the past 2 years has flown very quickly. And talking about how time flies, the last time I was in Kathmandu was during Apricot. So that was also a long time ago. So many things have changed. Very happy to be back here again. And coming this morning, met many people whom I've known for many years. So very happy to see old friends again. So really happy to be here. Now, first of all, I'll start with thanking SANOG and the local host, NPNOG, sponsors, speakers, and volunteers for bringing the community together. Very happy that we have large turnout, especially foreign speakers and foreign participants. NPNOG and NPNIC and SANOG have enjoyed a strong partnership over many years. And we really focus on supporting internet development across the South Asia region. We have very strong participation here today during SANOG and the past few days as well. All of you will know my team members, Shane and Dave. They've been here the past few days, involved in the workshops and during the conference. Chimi and Puwudu, you will see them at the booth outside from our services team. Sunny, most of you would know Sunny. Then my EC members, we have 4 of them. Mas, Archie, Sumon, Perha, they're all here. We are a sponsor, gold sponsor for SANOG this round, including sponsoring the opening social. And if you add the APNIC family, APNIC Foundation colleagues are also here. So over 10 of us all joining SANOG. It highlights the importance we place for SANOG coming from APNIC and our importance in terms of how we see the South Asia region. Now today, we will also celebrate that this partnership between APNIC and SANOG growing from strength to strength. So today, as part of the opening ceremony, we'll be signing an updated Memorandum of Understanding, which again strengthens APNIC's presence and partnership with SANOG because we will be having a sub-regional forum that will be a feature every year for as long as we can manage it. Now, if you look at the program, on Tuesday, we will have an APNIC track starting from 10 a.m. through lunch. So if you join, you get free lunch, and up to 3 p.m. as well. So between 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Now, why are we having this sub-regional forum? We do recognize that it's hard to attend APNIC conferences because of the rotation, there's the distance, there's the visas, there's all of these challenges. So we decided, why don't we come to you instead? So this is one of the reasons why partnering SANOG, being the premier regional forum, is a strategic move for us to really be here together with you and to bring our discussions to you instead. So I'd like to invite everyone to come and join us, members, and also wider community on Tuesday. Again, just a shout out, 10 to 3 p.m. Just block that time if you can. Now coming to talking about the region. So APNIC, we have almost 5,000 members in the South Asia region. APNIC has 10,000 members, so half of all our members are from this region. So you are an important region for us, and not only from a number of members perspective, but also from a growth perspective. All the action is happening from this region. So a strong and trustworthy internet infrastructure is key to that growth, to future innovation, of which all of us are excited about. Now, the regional internet registry ecosystem, the RRR ecosystem, and APNIC's governance forms a building block and foundation to the internet's infrastructure. So as members of APNIC, you have a stake in APNIC, which includes our governance. And amongst other topics, I've had members come up to me and ask me, Jerong, especially from this region, they asked me, Jerong, can you give me more IPv4? So, as you know, as APNIC staff, we can't change our allocation policy. Our policy is developed by community, from our stakeholders, from our members. So you have that power, but I don't. So this is but one topic amongst many other topics that's being discussed. Now on policy, again on Tuesday, Dave and Bikram, they will be covering how you can participate, what are the current policy topics that are on the table for APNIC. But at a broader level, there are many other issues that we need your input as our stakeholders, as our members as well. And there's many big topics in the foreseeable future. Just to list some topics, one that we are currently discussing is the topic of how to enhance diversity in APNIC's community leadership. So we recognize, amongst others, the IT industry is male dominant. We recognize that. But looking at the crowd, actually we have many ladies. So how can we build a pipeline again to help us have a more diverse leadership in our community? Not just from a gender diversity perspective, but skills diversity as well. Another topic that will come in the next year, and it's a big topic, is when we implement the RRR governance document. So this is enhancing the RRR governance ecosystem. And we expect the updated RRR governance document to be implemented by March next year. And after that, APNIC, amongst others, will have to implement the obligations that we sign on to for this RI governance document. And that includes APNIC's framework with the National Internet Registries, or NIRs, because we will have new obligations, which means NIRs will have new obligations. And this is not an APNIC NIR-only issue, because NIRs have an impact on APNIC's operations and operational costs, which are funded by members' fees. So again, your participation, your understanding, as we talk about how we're going to implement it, how we're going to update the framework, would be key. And if we look at it from that's other people's problem, not mine, then that's where we are going to have cracks in our system as we go forward. And we are right now at the cusp of strengthening our governance. So that's where all of us need to be involved. Now, tied to all the above is we will be working on our next 5-year strategic plan for the period of 2028 to 2032. So we have to finish an updated 5-year strategic plan by the end of next year. My EC members are here together with me and would like to hear your feedback and your input as to what APNIC should focus on. So again, like I mentioned, we are all busy with our day-to-day work, but your region, the South Asia region, you hold 50% of APNIC stake. And that is why we need to engage with you more, and we are putting in that investment and our time and resources to have these conversations with you every year going forward. So I do hope that we can have more time to talk to you. And if you've not met me before, please don't be shy. Come and say hi. I'd be happy to just chat with you in the corridors or on Tuesday. Now, my last topic for today, in the meantime, IPv6 and RPKI adoption, they remain key focus areas for APNIC. For the South Asia region, we are on a very good trajectory for IPv6 implementation. So South Asia IPv6 capability right now is 66%. And since we're in Nepal, IPv6 capability here is 61%, which is close to the mark. And I'd like to discuss with everyone how can we further push this number up together. Now on RPKI, South Asia ROA stats, excellent. 91% for V4 and 97% for V6. Almost 100% there. And Nepal also has a great number, 99% for V4. I think that deserves a round of applause. And 96% for V6. Now, validation ROV, though, is abysmal, unfortunately. So 3% for the South Asia region, and almost nothing from Nepal for now. But let's discuss how we, as an operator group, can move this number up. So from APNIC this quarter, we've also just implemented ESPA, and it will be something we will work with you together as well, again, strengthening our routing security. So I'll close by inviting everyone. Hope to see more of you on Tuesday and in the corridors between now till then, and also inviting everyone who can make it to the APNIC conference in Mumbai in September. So once again, my thanks to the SANOG team, and I look forward to all the discussions at this conference. Thank you very much.
And as Jorong mentioned, we're going to do a quick MOU signing ceremony with the SANOG. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jorong. Thank you, NPNOG. And hopefully this collaboration with SANOG will continue for many, many years to come. With that, I would really like to invite the chief guest of the event, Shri Arjun Gimre, the chairman of Nepal Telecom. The telecom industry or the ISP or the network industry of any country can flourish with a good relationship with the regulatory of that country. And it is heartening to see that the chairman of the Nepal Telecom Authority is here among us. So, sir, please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, namaste. यस आयोजक संस्थाका पदाधिकारीज्यूहरू, राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय अतिथिगणज्यूहरू, दक्षिण एसियाका विभिन्न मुलुकबाट सहभागी हुनुभएका प्राविधिक विज्ञहरू, दूरसञ्चार तथा इन्टरनेट सेवा प्रदायक संस्थाका प्रतिनिधिहरू, शैक्षिक तथा अनुसन्धान संस्थाका प्रतिनिधिहरू, सञ्चारकर्मीज्यूहरू र यहाँ उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूमा मेरो व्यक्तिगत तर्फ र नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरणको तर्फबाट नमस्कार छ। र दक्षिण एसियाको प्रतिष्ठित प्राविधिक मञ्च सानोग र नेपालको NPNOG को सफल आयोजनाका लागि आयोजक संस्था, सहयोगी निकाय तथा यस कार्यक्रमलाई सफल बनाउन योगदान पुर्याउने सम्पूर्ण व्यक्तिहरूलाई हार्दिक बधाई तथा शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। र महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रममा प्रमुख अतिथिका रूपमा सहभागी भई आफ्ना विचारहरू राख्ने अवसर प्रदान गर्नुभएकोमा आयोजकप्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त गर्दछु। साथै स्वदेश तथा विदेशबाट नेपाल आउनुभएका सम्पूर्ण सहभागी महानुभावहरूलाई नेपालको तर्फबाट हार्दिक स्वागत गर्दछु। नेपालको आतिथ्य, सांस्कृतिक विविधता, प्राकृतिक सौन्दर्यले यहाँको बसाइलाई सुखद र रमणीय बनाउने विश्वास व्यक्त गर्दछु। र आज विश्व अभूतपूर्व रूपमा डिजिटल रूपान्तरणको चरणमा छ। AI, क्लाउड कम्प्युटिङ, बिग डेटा, इन्टरनेट अफ थिङ्स, साइबर सेक्युरिटी तथा आधुनिक नेटवर्क प्रविधिहरूले हाम्रो अर्थतन्त्र, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, सार्वजनिक सेवा र दैनिकीलाई तीव्र रूपमा परिवर्तन गरिरहेका छन्। यी सबै प्रविधिको आधार भनेको सुरक्षित, भरपर्दो, उच्च क्षमतायुक्त र दिगो दूरसञ्चार तथा इन्टरनेट पूर्वाधार नै हो। त्यसैले नेटवर्क इन्जिनियरिङ, प्रणाली प्रशासक, अनुसन्धानकर्ता, नीति निर्माता तथा सेवा प्रदायकहरूको भूमिका आज पहिलेभन्दा अझ महत्त्वपूर्ण बन्न गएको छ। यही सन्दर्भमा सानोग तथा NPNOG जस्ता मञ्चहरू अति महत्त्वपूर्ण छन्। यी केवल प्राविधिक तालिमका कार्यक्रम मात्र होइनन्, ज्ञान आदान प्रदान, अनुभव, नवप्रवर्तन, क्षमता, अभिवृद्धि तथा क्षेत्रीय सहकार्यलाई प्रवर्धन गर्न उत्कृष्ट माध्यम पनि हुन्। यस्ता कार्यक्रमले दक्षिण एसियाका प्राविधिक समुदायलाई एउटै मञ्चमा ल्याई अनुभव आदान प्रदान गर्ने अवसर प्रदान गर्छन्, जसले सम्पूर्ण क्षेत्रको डिजिटल विकासमा सकारात्मक योगदान पुर्याउँदछ। नेपालको पछिल्लो वर्षहरूमा दूरसञ्चार तथा सूचना प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हासिल गरेको छ। इन्टरनेट सेवाको पहुँच विस्तार भएको छ। फाइबर अप्टिकल नेटवर्क तीव्र गतिमा विस्तार भइरहेको छ। मोबाइल ब्रोडब्यान्ड सेवाको प्रयोग बढ्दो क्रममा छ। डिजिटल सेवाप्रति नागरिकको विश्वास निरन्तर वृद्धि भइरहेको छ। र यद्यपि अवसरहरूसँगै चुनौतीहरू पनि उत्तिकै छन्। नेटवर्क ट्राफिकको तीव्र वृद्धि, साइबर सुरक्षाका जटिल जोखिम, डेटा सुरक्षाको आवश्यकता तथा गुणस्तरीय र भरपर्दो सेवाप्रतिको बढ्दो अपेक्षाले हामीलाई अझ सक्षम, दूरदर्शी र उत्तरदायी बन्न प्रेरित गरिरहेको छ र नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरण नियामक निकायका रूपमा गुणस्तरीय दूरसञ्चार सेवा विस्तार, उपभोक्ता हितको संरक्षण, स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धाको प्रवर्धन, प्रविधि मैत्री नियमन तथा सुरक्षित डिजिटल वातावरण निर्माणका लागि निरन्तर रूपमा कार्यरत छ र यसलाई अझै थप प्रभावकारी बनाउँदै लग्नेछ र हाम्रा भविष्यका प्रविधिहरू 5G, IPv6, क्लाउड इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन्टरनेट एक्सचेन्ज, डेटा सेन्टर, AI आधारित नेटवर्कहरू व्यवस्थापन तथा साइबर सुरक्षाको सुदृढीकरणलाई ध्यानमा राखेर नीतिगत तथा प्राविधिक तयारीलाई निरन्तर अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ। कुनै पनि राष्ट्रको डिजिटल भविष्य केवल पूर्वाधार निर्माणबाट मात्र सुनिश्चित हुँदैन, त्यसका लागि दक्ष मानव स्रोत, अनुसन्धान, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सहकार्य, नवप्रवर्तन र निरन्तर सिकाइ आवश्यक हुन्छ र यस्ता संस्थाहरूले यही उद्देश्यलाई सफलतापूर्वक अघि बढाइरहेका छन्। विशेष गरी यङ इन्जिनियर, विद्यार्थी तथा नयाँ पुस्ताका प्राविधिकहरूका लागि यो कार्यक्रम विश्वसनीय ज्ञान, व्यावहारिक अनुभव तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सञ्जाल निर्माण गर्न अनुपम अवसर हो। यहाँ प्राप्त ज्ञान र अनुभवले नेपालको डिजिटल विकास यात्रामा दीर्घकालीन योगदान पुर्याउनेमा म विश्वस्त छु। आज एआईले नेटवर्क सञ्चालन, ट्राफिक विश्लेषण, सेवा गुणस्तर सुधार, साइबर सुरक्षाको सुदृढीकरण तथा स्वचालित व्यवस्थापनमा नयाँ सम्भावनाहरू सृजना गरिरहेका छन्। तर प्रविधिको विकाससँगै सुरक्षित, जिम्मेवार, पारदर्शी र नैतिक प्रयोगमा पनि समान ध्यान दिनुपर्ने आजको आवश्यकता छ। नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरण अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुदाय, सरकार, निजी क्षेत्र, प्राविधिक समुदाय, शैक्षिक संस्था तथा विकास साझेदारहरूसँग सहकार्य गर्दै सुरक्षित, समावेशी, दिगो तथा भविष्यमुखी डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम निर्माण गर्न प्रतिबद्ध छ र हामी विश्वस्त छौँ कि ज्ञान, सहकार्य र नवप्रवर्तन मार्फत मात्र डिजिटल भविष्यलाई अझ सुरक्षित, भरपर्दो र समावेशी बनाउन सकिन्छ। अन्त्यमा यस महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रमको सफल आयोजनाका लागि आयोजक संस्था, सहयोगी निकाय, प्रायोजक, प्रशिक्षक, स्वयंसेवक तथा स्वदेशी विदेशबाट सहभागी हुनुभएका सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूप्रति हार्दिक धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु र म विश्वास व्यक्त गर्दछु कि यस्ता संस्थाहरूबाट प्राप्त हुने ज्ञान, अनुभव, अनुसन्धान र सहकार्य नेपालको मात्र होइन, सम्पूर्ण दक्षिण एसियाको दूरसञ्चार तथा इन्टरनेट पूर्वाधारलाई अझ सुरक्षित, भरपर्दो, समावेशी र भविष्य उन्मुख बनाउन महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान पुर्याउनेछ र यही विश्वासका साथ यस कार्यक्रमको पूर्ण सफलताको हार्दिक शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mr. Shri Arjun Khimre. As a tradition of Nepal, we would like to do the lighting of panas, and I would like to call upon our chief guest, Mr. Arjun Khimre. Sir, we would like to call you for the lighting of panas as well. Right, thank you so much, Mr. Arjun, for your kind words. and the lighting of the Panas as well. I learned something new as well. I was asking my friend that what does it significant? So it has a lot of positive energy and positive value, and I hope this will bring more positivity during the next 3 days of the event. So with that, we'll go towards the keynote speeches. We have 2 very interesting keynote speech. First one, I would like to call upon Binay Mohan Saud. He's the CEO of CBC Limited.
Namaste. Sorry for the small font hiccup. Yeah. So today, 2026, myself, Binay Mohan Saud, CEO of Subisu Limited, will be presenting you presentation on Internet to Intelligence, reinventing ISP for the AI era. Welcome. Welcome especially to our chief guest, to the chairman of NTA, as well as all the international delegates who have come all the way for this conference, as well as who are present in the room for the conference. It's 12th NPNOG Conference, 44th SANOG Conference, and I'm proud to mention that we hosted the first SANOG Conference in 2003 in Kathmandu, Nepal. Today, 2026, NPNOG is 10 years old and SANOG 23 years old. A very great congratulations to NPNOG on the 10th birthday and SANOG on the 23rd birthday. I guess everybody has their internet journey. And mine too started in mid-90s. I still remember the day when I went to see how an email is sent. I reached the cafe, and when the operator said that the email is sent with a buzzing sound, many things came to my mind, and I thought that it will be a different world in the coming days or in the coming decades. Then opened up Hotmail account, Yahoo Mail, which was a prestige among your peers at that time. And I'm sure you also remember the ICQ, a free chat. That was the dial-up period. After coming back to Nepal from my engineering days, one of my friends was studying in India, who is my partner now, sent me a newspaper clipping indicating that triple play, dual play is being popular around the world, and in India, they are doing a test. So we thought, why not in Nepal? We applied for a license, and only on the third time, we got the license approved from NTA, and we started our journey in 2004 with our DOCSIS technology. Let's look back to the era that sparked the digital revolution, 1990s, era of internet, which introduced to the world of connectivity and network, that fueled modern businesses like communication, data sharing, search engine, software, online businesses, online payments, research, streaming, remote work, and many more. And 2000, it was an era of ISP, NSP in Nepal. That was when it really got traction, and a lot of development happened in Nepal with the ISP sector. I would like to take you back. In 1994, dial-up service was started by a local company in Nepal, Mercantile. And as I informed earlier, in 2004, the broadband license was given to Subisu, and we started with a DOCSIS technology at that time. Along with DOCSIS, we also started with our Metro Ethernet solution, which connected different offices. For your information, at that time, the offices having no alternate, they had already started connecting their offices with the VSAT technology. In 2008, MPLS started once we started going nationwide. And the government also approved the interconnection. The first interconnection that happened was with Airtel, with the private entities. In 2014, FTTH started. With the start of FTTH, the bandwidth requirement increased, and several of the ISPs started their DWDM solution in 2018. Now we are here, 2025-26. We are with Wi-Fi 6 and XGS-PON. Yes, you saw it right, 107. We have 107 licensed ISPs, but out of that, only around 15 are very active. 25 licensed NSPs, the network service providers. Now we have around only 7, 8 very active NSPs at the moment, and 2 telecom operators. From the NTA stats, we can see that the mobile connection is around 32.5 million. The internet penetration is around 56%, with internet users around 16.6 million, and the broadband users around 3.5 million. The fixed broadband, I mean to say. On the traffic part, out of the total traffic, IPT traffic holds around 15%, and the CDN around 85%. That comes around IPT around 3 terabits per second, 3 terabits, and CDN around 23 terabits. Something that sparked digital revolution again. Era of AI, artificial intelligence, which introduced us to the world of LLM and RAG, large language model and retrieval augmented generation. 1990 internet era, which introduced to the world of connectivity and network. 2020 AI era, which introduced us to the world of LLM and RAG. The internet era connected us to the devices, and the AI era is now connecting the intelligence. For both of these, internet is the driver. So this is just my interpretation. What was internet in the 1990s, AI is today. Internet with connectivity and network, AI with LLM and RAG. Connectivity, LLM, networks, RAG. Same revolution, different era, same pattern. Today, I'm not here to discuss about AI. It's a different world. But what I believe is AI is today the foundation built by internet, connectivity, and network. So where should the industry go? The house that was built on the foundation of internet, connectivity, network has become powerful and intelligent in the name of AI. So what should we do? Do we need to compete? My answer is big no. The job is still not done. AI still needs us. But why? House is built, but what about the roof? Confused? Yes, you heard it correctly, the digital infrastructure. This is where we should focus, creating digital infrastructure for the next generation technology, that is AI. For the last 30 years, we built networks for humans. For the next 30 years, we will build digital infrastructure for AI. What is digital infrastructure? The new stack of digital infrastructure are data centers, cloud hub, cybersecurity, high-speed carrier, SD-WAN, IoT, edge computing, AI infrastructure, CDN, and digital identity, and many more. I just want to give a glance about internet business in Nepal. Presently, we are providing retail and enterprise customers with internet and intranet. The customer expectation keeps rising, and the bandwidth demand doubles every few years. Challenges: the ARPU is flat, declining margins, but the cost of operation is increasing, and as you know, that gives a high ROI, the return on investment. To be ready for the AI era, we will need new investments in technologies like Wi-Fi 6, native IPv6 adoption, SD-WAN, AI-driven networking, automation, security, data centers. These are all capital-intensive products. But this can be achieved only through collaboration over competition. That can only be done when we start having infra sharing, security, data center, interconnects, native IPv6 adoption, training, research, open peering. Is this enough? Still no. So what's next? We should be reinventing ISP for the AI era. But how? Internet connectivity and network laid the foundation of AI. Now, ISP should incorporate intelligence to become more smarter and relevant. So for that, we will need to make our support intelligent. How? We can make AI assistant call centers, multilingual support, auto follow-up, AI diagnostics, automatic trouble ticket, automatic device health check, customer satisfaction behavioral analysis, churn prediction. Similarly, NOC can also be intelligent. AI fault prediction, auto root cause analysis, automatic ticket classification, capacity prediction, demand forecasting, predictive maintenance, traffic anomaly detection, fiber cut protection. Engineering also can be intelligent. Capacity planning, traffic engineering, intelligent routing optimization, configuration validation, network documentation, automatic change review, configuration generation, predictive risk analysis. Business also can be intelligent. AI lead scoring, opportunity prediction, sales forecasting, demand forecasting, AI sales assistant, customer lifetime value prediction, cross-sell, upsell recommendation, usage pattern analysis. We can also make customer experience intelligent. Smart package recommendation, plan comparison, self and auto support, coverage availability check, smart home monitoring, knowledge assistant, usage analytics, AI troubleshooting. As you can see, there's unparalleled opportunities for all ISPs, NSPs ahead. The wave has just begun. Capacity requirement will be 100G, 400G, 800G, and maybe 1.6T also. Ultra-low latency will be the requirement at that time, so we will really need to strengthen your backbone. Edge computing, inference must move closer. We need to have the AI computing cannot have outside Asia. So I think regional and local data centers will also benefit in that case. Hyperscalers like AWS, Azure, Google, Alibaba, Meta, Oracle requires local presence, dedicated connectivity, cloud exchange, peering. As you can see, AI needs more network and resource than human, which will create unprecedented opportunities. Thousands of GPUs, hundreds of GBps, petabytes of data. What's in here for Nepal? Endless opportunities, but we need to leapfrog with our strength. We have young tech population, growing digital economy, high mobile adaptation, rapid fiber deployment, clean energy hydropower, strategic location between India and China, growing software industry, digital payment ecosystem. Nepal also has the opportunity to become a neutral hub. Regional cloud hub, regional data hub, AI inference hub, disaster recovery hub, digital service hub, cross-border transit hub, managed service hub, content delivery hub. So what should be the roadmap for Nepal to achieve this? We need to build an AI-ready infrastructure, high-capacity networks, cross-border connectivity, more interconnects, local AI inference, research collaboration, university partnerships, open peering. For this, what we are asking for from government and regulators, I think we have the NTA chairman here. The policy needs to be very transparent. As you can see, it is a capital-intensive project where investors or business owners want to be really clear with their ROI. So the government policy should be very transparent so that they are more attracted to invest in Nepal. Similarly, to address the AI era requirement, high bandwidth, low latency, we will need more spectrum, even for Wi-Fi. For Wi-Fi 6E, 7 and above, we will need spectrum. So NTA will need to really look into the requirement of spectrum. And definitely, the government needs to incentivize new entrepreneurs who are interested to come into this field. Vendors and international partners, they have played a major role in the last 3 decades. They have really handheld us in giving us new technology and getting our people trained. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank vendors like Airtel, Tata, Cisco, Juniper, Huawei, Nokia, JT, for all the support that you have given over the last few years. And as you can see, there is more prospect and hope you will keep on supporting us in the coming days also. To the technical community, I think we will need more collaboration trainings to be ready for the AI era so that we can build our expertise and to deliver as per the requirement. I also want to thank, I have a list here. I want to make sure that I take most of the names. So, yeah, so I would like to, in the community part, I would like to thank SANOG and NPNOG, ISPAN, NREN, FCAN, Apricot, APNIC, CAN, APNIC Foundation, ICANN, PCH, BTNOG, BDNOG, INOG, ISOC, and NICSI. And I forgot to take the CDN providers, thank the CDN providers like Google, Meta, ByteDance, and Akamai also. And I think in the coming years, we'll need more CDNs, and we get help from the CDN providers also. Yeah. Sorry. So the key takeaway on the internet, 30 years ago, people connected to the internet. Today, internet connects people. Tomorrow, internet connects AI, machines, and robots. ISP, NSP business. Earlier, we sold bandwidth. Now, we sell digital experience. In the future, we sell digital intelligence. The traffic has changed. Previously, Google and Yahoo. Now, TikTok, Meta, YouTube, Netflix, and gaming. Soon, AI inference, video AI, voice AI, AI to AI communication, machine-generated traffic, agentic workflows. Yes, it's not just about now bandwidth, latency, jitter, or packet loss. It's more now about GPU proximity, inference, latency, cloud access, API performance. So I come to the last presentation sheet. So in the 1990s, we connected people with email and internet. 2000, connected information with internet. 2010s, we connected everything with internet and cloud. 2020, we connected intelligence with internet and AI. And in 2030s, we connect automation with internet and automation. In the last 30 years, from dial-up to XGS-PON, I think internet has been an integral part and will remain in the next another 30 years or more. Thank you.
Thank you, Binayji, for a good session on reminding us that how we came here and what do we have to do in the future. With that in mind, I have the second keynote speaker, someone I think we all know very well. If we don't know them, so let me give a little bit of introduction, though that person does not require an introduction. Someone, you heard about APNIC, someone who started APNIC in the early days of APNIC, when it was first registered as an entity. Someone who started Apricot, which is now an institution in the region. Someone who started some of the very, very good initiatives in ICANN. So someone who has the habit of starting something new and move on, and then start something new and then move on. I'm not sure what that person is doing right now, but let's see and figure out and find out what he's doing. Let me invite my mentor, a friend, someone who has been gifted with a lot of information, knowledge, and wisdom, and has kindly accepted the invitation to come to SANOG, Mr. David Conrad.
Thank you, Aftab, for a lovely introduction. I don't know who you were talking about, but I'll stand for that person if I can. So thank you, everyone, for inviting me here and for listening to this talk. 30 years ago, when myself and a friend, Barry Green, created Apricot, the first attendance for Apricot was about 80 people. And in the 30 years since then, it has grown significantly. And one of our dreams, Barry and I, was that it would spawn off NOGs throughout the region for folks to basically transfer information, knowledge, and understanding about how networks were to operate. And just what I've seen at SANOG and NPNOG suggests that we might have been successful in our dreams, but through the hard work of everyone who attends these meetings, you all deserve a round of applause. So thank you for the efforts that you have done. So as Aftab pointed out, I tend to start things and then run away before anyone can blame me. In this particular case, right now, I'm an advisor to a small nonprofit called CyberGreen. It's run by someone you may know. Her name is Yurie Ito. She was involved with JP Search and AP Search. She's well known within the security fields. And one of the things that we've been doing is trying to understand how we can improve the security of the internet. What models can we apply to security of the internet, and do basic research on improving the security that underlies the internet technologies that we use. So to start into that discussion, we decided to sort of look at something that's really easy to identify, the DNS. And there is a well-known haiku out there that I'm sure some of you may have heard. It's not DNS. No way it's the DNS. It was the DNS. And if you're a network operator, you have probably encountered this haiku. Either you have experienced it yourself as systems are collapsing around your feet, or you've seen it impact your customers when they're unable to reach the sites or the services that they're interested in. So we decided to sort of dive into this and find out exactly what the real situation is. And I have to couch this in terms of what I could get funding for sitting in the US. So there was a pot of money that was associated with looking at rural health services within the US. So we decided to look at the DNS within the US rural health system. And when you're looking at the haiku, it basically says, one interpretation is that the DNS is fragile, so of course it fails. The DNS is basically a black box that breaks easily, so it will betray us at every opportunity, and you have to be very careful about it. But when we started looking into the failure modes and why the DNS was failing, the DNS protocol itself, while it's incredibly complicated, I'm sure many of you have heard of the DNS camel, that is a description that a guy named Bert Hubert in Amsterdam had said for the way the protocol has evolved over time, sort of designed by committee as opposed to anything that anyone rational would put together. What generally fails is operational hygiene. The human-managed infrastructure that surrounds the DNS, that serves the zones, the unbelievable complexity that we have inflicted upon ourselves in order to meet customer demands, software that lets people shoot themselves in every part of their body, and whether anyone is actually watching the indicators that show the DNS is actually on its way to failing before it actually fails. So when you're trying to investigate these things, you need some sort of lens to look through the myriad of data that you're collecting. And what we've been doing at the Cyber Green Institute is taking the analogy of public health and applying it to the cyber world. So instead of dealing with individual events as they occur, you try to look at populations and identify trends within those populations, and then attempt to come up with remedies that address those trends, so that instead of solving the problem for one or two, you're actually solving it for the entire population. So back in 2011, some researchers, Mulligan and Schneider, presented this concept of cyber public health. And there's a working group that looks at applying public health models. The analogy is not perfect. Public health typically doesn't involve human-directed antagonists, so the malware creators and the bad guys who are actually leveraging known vulnerabilities. But it turns out that in the public health field, evolution does sort of the same thing. It will find any weakness and learn to exploit it over time. And generally the concept is you measure things. When you find something, you notify, you learn as much as you can, and then you apply those into the next set of measurements. So, as I mentioned, at Cyber Green, we have this US Rural Health Cyber Initiative. And what we're doing is we're looking at rural healthcare. Why? Because we could get money for it. And we're using the DNS. Why did we choose the DNS? Well, because it's easy. And it doesn't generally cause people to think you're attacking them. So it also happens to be a critical infrastructure that nearly everyone depends on. And there are a whole bunch of indicators within the DNS that are actually interesting to track. So we focused on one specific thing, which is delegation health, looking at how the DNS parent-child relationships are established and everything that you can possibly think deriving out of that relationship. We do a scan across all of the rural health facilities that we could identify, set up a score, and then track that over time. So we have a time series of events that we've noticed, and we just track those on every scan. We do a scan daily. This is all very much a work in progress, so I don't actually have a whole lot of pretty graphs to show you, but that'll be, maybe next year. So once we identify things, we notify when we can identify who to notify. Because Cyber Green is not very well known, we actually corralled in the use of an organization called Health ISAC. Health ISAC has about 10,000 members that are health facilities, and they provide cybersecurity related advisory services and help to hospital facilities across the world, not just the US. So we contacted them, and they serve as our trusted notifier to contact their members and say, hey, you have a problem, and here are the steps that you use to fix it. And we give them a little survey to hand to the people that they notify, and they respond back. And we learn based on those experiences and might pipe that back into the measurements. This does actually work. In our initial prototypes, we submitted notifications to a bunch of places, and we noticed significant improvement in a few of them when they were able to identify or take the steps that we told them to actually fix things. They went and fixed things, and their health scores improved drastically. Sort of a dense slide, won't go into this too much, but we have a challenge in that for the rural health facilities, they don't, the federal registers that we use, we don't actually have URLs for these health facilities. We actually had to go and find them, which had to play all sorts of weird games using Google Maps and then deriving URLs from those maps and then making sure those URLs actually map to the health facility. It gives a lot of money to Google, but we eventually were able to establish 1.8 million health facilities just within the US. Of those, about 40,000 are considered rural. Of those, about 8,000 or so are considered critical health care facilities. If something happened to them, if they went down from an internet perspective, it's possible people could die. So those are the targets that we used for this initial pilot project. We have something that will collect the URLs, derive the zone apexes of those URLs, and then create a score. And then the delegation checker runs through a whole series of tests and evaluates the site to determine whether it's good or bad in terms of its general hygiene. So first, the good news. I know this will shock you, but the DNS actually does generally work. The median health score for these 8,000 plus clinics throughout the US was about 94, mean 86, and about 75% were actually excellent. They scored between 90 and 100 using numbers that I basically pulled out of various bodily orifices. They are almost random, except, hopefully they actually correspond to something useful. So at a face value, the DNS actually looks fine. The queries resolve eventually. Sometimes there are delays for various reasons. Pages generally load, and on a uptime dashboard, nothing's going to show up. Unless you're actually looking into the details, everything looks sort of fine. The problem is that this actually hides some real problems. So yes, about 3/4 are excellent, but you have a long tail of some really amazingly bad stuff out there. In general, 739 domains score poor or critical. 34 of the domains actually had a 0 score, which meant nothing was actually working the way it should. Sometimes they would still resolve, but only through implementation decisions of particular resolver operators. So they did not have universal resolvability. The endemic conditions, so a lot of them are really minor, little things, like the SOA minimum being too high. Does that matter? Almost all the time it doesn't. EDNS buffers being too small. Again, most of the time it doesn't matter. Occasionally you start seeing fragmentation, and particularly if you're using DNSSEC, that can cause packet loss, which delays resolution. Where you start seeing significant prevalence is in areas that operationally tend to make sense from a single provider perspective. Things like having all your name servers in a single AS. simply, you have a provider, so you put 2 name servers. You might actually put them in geographically distributed points, but they're all under a single AS. So if that AS has an issue, the DNS will fail for those sites. Similarly, and you can get into arguments about this, not having DNSSEC, some people will say that's a positive, other people will say it's a negative. I personally actually hate DNSSEC. The only thing I hate more than DNSSEC is not having DNSSEC. Sort of like RPKI. I really don't like it. It drives me crazy, but it's better than the alternative not having it. So as I said, these numbers that I came up with for scoring are kind of made up. I made them up. So one of them is treating DNSSEC. If you don't have DNSSEC, I call it a medium severity. It's not critical, but it's not actually very good. So, but only 6% of the sites that we looked at had DNSSEC. We did do this test on other populations. I'll talk a bit later about .bank, where the DNSSEC implementation is much, much higher, and that suggests a possible solution. But there's also, at the bottom here, you see 96% of sites are in a single country. Not surprising given this is US healthcare facilities, but it actually follows through. If you actually look at DNS in other populations, they tend to be geopolitically located into a single venue, which means that if there is, I don't know, say some crazy head of state who decides they don't like a certain country, that can have an impact on your entire DNS resolution structure. And I'm not going to go with any names, of course. So the acute conditions. In the healthcare world, there's chronic and there's acute. Acute is things that basically call you to fall over dead. So the acute conditions, again, against these 8,000 rural health facilities, 10 of them actually had zone transfer wide open. So you could get their entire zone file just by doing a single query. A number of sites don't have NSs published in their child. So they're parent-centric, which in some places makes sense. I've understand that some resolver developers now, ISC in particular, is moving toward a parent-centric model where it does not depend on the name servers that are specified within the child. And that's fine, but it's a different model of operation than we've relied on historically, where the child is in control of their destiny. So that's something that network operators probably need to be aware of when moving forward, whether they're okay with having parent-centric or child-centric. Similarly, there are a surprising number of zones that don't actually have an SOA, and that can have an impact on how resolution actually occurs once, for example, an NX domain depends on values, how long the NX domain is kept in a cache. It depends on values in the SOA. If there's no SOA, then the resolver gets to decide, and sometimes that can lead to some surprises. There are 413 parent-child mismatches. That's more colloquially known as lame name servers. And those can actually, lame name servers can actually lead to domain takeovers and having people redirect the traffic for a site to an attack-controlled infrastructure. So all of these are significant issues and suggest that fundamentally, while the DNS does generally resolve, there are certain cases that are worrisome and that lead to the DNS always being the problem. In other words, it wasn't really the DNS, it was us. It was the configurations that we use in the DNS. And all of this was a human choice. So really the question becomes, isn't why is the DNS flaky? It's, why does an entire sector share basically the same untreated symptoms, and what can we do to fix that at scale? Like I said, you can go and touch individuals, and so far in our pilots, we're getting about a 5 to 10% intervention return rate. But that is in the noise when you're talking about 1.8 million. So we need to do these things at scale. So looking at treating the population. So interventions, in the real public health world, you have these intervention mechanisms. This is a set of proposals on how to apply that model into network operations. So as you're probably aware from the fun days of COVID, there's screening. You can screen people to tell if they have a disease. You can have vendor or provider enforced enforcement. You can have notifiable disease reporting, which is extremely common in the public health world. And you can try to rely on herd immunity. So, intervention one, screening as a public utility. What this translates into in the DNS world is you have hygiene scanning, doing the same thing that I've been doing with the code that I wrote, Del Checker, and just as an aside, that will be made open source. I'll publish it when it is less embarrassing. I stopped writing code about 20 years ago for very good reasons. I suck at coding, so at some point, once it gets to a point where I'm not too embarrassed to be seen, I'll actually put the repo out for public. There are a myriad of other zone scanning tools. Zone Master is a really good one. I needed to do something different, scanning whole populations, so I ended up writing my own. But having a population scanning for DNS issues and then a notification mechanism would allow us to notify particular organizations and patients of issues. There is precedent for this. In the US, there's the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, CISA, that has an opt-in program where you can put in a domain and it'll do various tests, or either that or an IP block, I don't remember exactly. UK has the NCSE doing something similar, and it's opt-out. They do it by default, and if you don't want to be scanned, you tell them, and they will do it, or they'll remove it. The downside of this is you're scanning the infrastructure you don't own, and it may be unsolicited, it might be seen as an attack. How do you pay for it? Like I said, right now, I'm doing this on Google infrastructure, and it's kind of pricey. The underlying infrastructure itself, you could put on a very simple machine, but if you're going to do it at scale, you actually need some significant bandwidth and significant horsepower. How do you notify? This turns out to be the real challenge. We were able to identify thousands of potential organizations. Finding who to actually contact and having them respond to that contact is very challenging. Who holds the results? Sometimes this can be seen as sensitive information. You know, as I said, this can be seen as an attack. I did have a scenario where an organization that was helping us actually sent someone to a clinic to actually say, look, your DNS is really broken, you're running a very big risk. And it ended up the person who went to the facility got the police called on them because somebody was at the front desk saying bad things are about to happen. So now obviously the receptionist called the police. Intervention two, so quarantine and gatekeeping. Everyone is probably familiar with this concept. We all went through it during COVID. So the basic idea here is to disallow certain configurations that fail the basic tests. So you ensure parent-child consistency, 2 reachable name servers, no open recursion, and this is protected at the initiation for an entire population that is using that particular vendor. There is a precedent on this. The top-level domain .bank has very stringent requirements for its registrars, and as a result, the registrars have actually very good scores for their DNS for .bank registrants. So conceptually, this works. It does fix a problem at one choke point, and a registry policy or a provider approach would protect millions of downstream customers. The problem is it is a cost to the providers. It means that you might generate a customer support call, so blowing away the profit that customer might bring for you. It can, if you actually impose this post facto, it can knock people who were actually getting service off the net. So are you able to do this? Well, you probably have to work very carefully with your customers, at least the existing customers. Intervention 3, notable disease reporting. This is something that I actually championed when I was at ICANN. I really thought it would be a good idea if registrars who experienced vulnerabilities or were attacked would relay the vulnerability and the attack to a central clearinghouse at, say, ICANN, and that information could be shared. It is challenging to get that through various organizations because it does imply that they are releasing potentially sensitive and damaging information. Airlines have to do it for any sort of air traffic incident. So if you're considered certain types of critical infrastructure, you don't have a choice by government mandate. Whether or not the DNS is actually considered sufficient for that level of reporting, so far it hasn't been. But as increasingly countries turn to the internet and DNS for their GDP, it may come to be a point where this sort of mandatory reporting is necessary. The challenge is that it does impose a certain level of regulatory overhead to doing anything that currently is not charged. So this sort of regulatory thing is generally seen as bad within the internet world. Whether or not this actually occurs remains to be seen. And finally, intervention 4, the herd immunity. This is an attempt to reduce the chances that the disease will spread by making it harder for the disease to find a foothold, i.e. improving the hygiene generally across the system. This is something that is actually happening. The 3/4 of the facilities, rural facilities that have good scores, they tend to be on a very small number of usual suspects, folks like Cloudflare or registrars like GoDaddy. Those organizations generally do things correctly, so as a result, they are less vulnerable to various attacks that leverage these vulnerabilities. That is a problem if, for example, not to name names, but if a CDN that starts with C happens to go down, that can take out huge swaths of the internet infrastructure, and that in and of itself is a problem. So you're actually moving from one disease to another. The common thread across all of this is that these clinics are under-resourced. This is a common thread throughout the entire industry. There are things that I'm sure we would all like to do to minimize the negative hygiene aspects, but we don't really have the resources to do it. So what can we do? So what we're trying to suggest at CyberGreen is that we focus not at the individual level, not at the provider level, but focus at the layer above that. Try to hit the parts of the infrastructure that will hopefully address millions of customers as opposed to individual customers. The short answer is that it actually does not have to be the DNS. All it has to do is make sure that whatever hygiene you have is supportable across a population. You can track across your own populations anytime something shows up that is consistent across your customers, may be an indicator that there's something that you can do to minimize that impact across those customers. And with that, I thank you again for having the privilege of speaking to you here today.
Thank you, David. So certainly, it is DNS. So as a network engineer, it's music to my ears whenever I hear about this. But I can see one of my friend, Dev Das, sitting in the audience who says, no, it's not DNS. But anyway, we'll talk about it in the next, later today and next day as well. But before that, let me call upon Rupesh Dai for giving a token of appreciation to our speakers. And let me call David and Binay Mohan South and also Jiarong Lo and Samit.
Where is Aftab? Okay, I thought we lost him.
All right, so now this is the last session, okay? And this is something very important. So I need a little bit of attention from all of you. And this is important for me, important for for our community, and important for the next generation as well. So remember when earlier I said that SANOG started in Kathmandu. And Kathmandu has a great significance of starting initiatives like, of course, SANOG, and then multiple other things. The fellowship program you have seen in many places, it also started here as well. The program committee, the submission system, it also started here as well. So we couldn't figure out, we believe that this is the place where all the initiatives in the South Asia should start for it to progress. So today we are launching Internet Enablers National Awards. So if you attended Apricot earlier this year, you must have seen what is Internet Enablers. But most of you are new to this. So let me explain what is Internet Enablers. So I need to read a few things so that I don't skip anything out of the information I want to share with all of you. So it all started, so let me say, fine, when we were hearing from Vineda that how it all started in Nepal, that how Subisu started back in 1990s. This is the story of one ISP. But we have heard the stories of many ISPs. But we haven't heard the stories of people behind those ISPs, behind those initiatives. Behind every reliable internet connection is a story that's really being told. I have been in this ecosystem, in this industry, for almost 18 years. Many of you have been there for more than that. But a lot of you are new, youngsters as we call it, or the Gen Z. If something started back in 1990s, I think a lot of people were not even born. This is a realization which reminds me that I'm old. And yes, someone is mentioning my hairs. So it is also a sign for that. But those individuals who built the internet in our region, specifically in our region back in 1990s, it was developing, it was struggling with infrastructure, with technology, with everything, with people, with education. We were growing up. I still remember in early 90s, I was still in school. I had no idea about internet up till year 9. That is 1995, 1996. And things were happening in the western side of the world quite rapidly. But people in our community were not sleeping. They were working really hard. Those people, when I started high school, we got the internet. It's because of those people. So that's why, and then one day we realized, then we need to list down the names of those people who actually built that internet. In India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in Nepal, in Bhutan, in Maldives, in Sri Lanka. Who are those people? I was born and raised in Pakistan. I knew some of them. So this discussion started in 2023 Apricot. During one of the infamous whiskey boffs, which happens in a very secretive location, where we talk about things happening in South Asia. And some of us who are in this room started that discussion. It was the first in-person meeting after COVID. And that started as a normal conversation, became a conviction, because some of us who's been part of this ecosystem could not figure out who started internet in some of the regional economies. And we struggled. So that discussion became a conviction. We need to do something, and we need to do it quickly. Because those people who started early in 1990s will be coming to a retirement age or have moved on and doing something else. We need to preserve their names for our younger generation so that when they started using internet as a necessity, as a part of their life, should be able to recall that that person I know started internet in India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, and all the South Asian economies. So that they can remember, they can put a name to a pioneer, a face to a pioneer. We all know about the father of internet, Dr. Windsurf. Who is the father of internet of Nepal? Can anyone tell his name? We have, see, everyone is struggling. And you will figure out, you will come up with multiple names. But that's not a problem with one economy or one country. We have maybe a lot of pioneers who built the internet. It's not just one person. It was a collective effort. Because, as I said, it was a growing region. It still is a developing region. But we have came a very long way, from kbps to terabits per second. This is the most developing region in the world, and of course, most populous as well. So the next big thing will happen in this region for sure. So we started this initiative called Internet Enablers. And the first award for the region was given earlier in Apricot. But it all was made possible with the support of very few people. One of them is Rupesh Dai, who supported this initiative. And I have to recognize one organization. Even though I now work for APNIC Foundation, when I started this discussion and we started this initiative, I was not associated with APNIC Foundation. But Raj, who is the CEO of APNIC Foundation, heard about this idea and he said, tell me how to support you. So it was only made possible because of these two people who said, we will support you, let's go and do it. So the regional, the Asia Pacific Award was given to none other than one of the, I wouldn't call it the father of the Internet of Nepal, he's not that old, the pioneer of the Internet of Nepal, Gaurav Dai. So we gave him the award of Asia Pacific. So he not only did amazing work for Nepal, he did a lot of work for the whole region. The creation of SANOG, the creation of NPIX, the creation of many other things, his supporting hand through PCH for training, and then his work through Apricot. It's just remarkable. And that's how we came up with this idea that the regional award should be given to Gaurav. But today we are announcing the national awards. So bear with me. We have a long list of people. So we'll start with the most prominent economy of our region, India. So it took me some time with the help of other colleagues of ours to list down those names. So Internet Enablers has a board, it has a selection process, it has an advisory board as well, which collects people's name. We have an open nomination form. You can submit the form. So we announced it earlier in the year, and then we collected the names and did the due diligence to finalize the names. So first, starting with India. One of the pioneers behind the launch of India's first public internet service through VSNL, the Gateway Internet Access Service in August 1995. As a core member of the engineering and operations team, he helped design, deploy, and operate the infrastructure, then introduced the commercial internet access to India. Over the following decades, he contributed to the evolution of India's internet backbone, Metro Ethernet, MPLS networks, and global IP infrastructure, while continuing to document and celebrate the peoples who collective efforts transform the country's digital landscape. This one person's blog post helped us find the right people. So I would really like to thank him. But before I call his name, I would like to call upon a few names who will help us distribute those awards. So number one, I will call Gaurav as our regional awardee of Internet Enablers. I will call Rupesh as the board member of Internet Enablers. I would call Raj Singh, the CEO of APNIC Foundation. And the last one, I would call David Conrad. And to represent the NPNOG community, may I call Samit? So the introduction I gave you about the person whose blog post made so simple for us to pick the right names, because he put a lot of effort by writing the whole history of the internet on the 76th independence of India. It made our work so simple. So let me call upon Mr. Neeraj Sonkar on the stage to receive the award. All right. Thank you, Neeraj, for an amazing article you wrote. And I think it will become part of the history now. If you want to hear about the story of everyone who will be coming on the stage today, please hold tight. We are conducting the interviews. Their stories will be published on the website and on YouTube as well. So, because it's not going to be justice to give only 5 minutes to explain what they built in decades. So, next one is, let's stay in India for a time being. So another prominent person from India, he's a technology advisor and one of India's earliest advocates for public internet access. Before commercial internet services were launched, he co-founded one of India's pioneering bulletin board system, BBS, helping introduce thousands of users to online communication and internet technologies. During the launch of BSNL's public internet service in 1995, he worked closely with the engineering team to support deployment, customer enablement, TCP/IP adoption, and early internet awareness. He's still very much active in the internet ecosystem and helping the next generation of the internet pioneers. Let me call Mr. Suchit Nanda to the stage. We will do the group photo at the end. We'll do the group photo at the end, okay? So now jumping from India to a neighboring country, let's move to Bangladesh. Moving to Bangladesh now, the person I'm talking about, he's one of the architects of Bangladesh modern internet infrastructure, and has been a driving force behind the country's technical internet community for nearly 3 decades now. Beginning his career in 1996, before the internet was widely available in Bangladesh, he helped build early internet services and later played a pivotal role in the growth of BDCom, one of the country's pioneering internet service provider. Not just that, moving to helping establish the BDIX, the Bangladesh Internet Exchange, and then helping establish the BDNOG. I'm sure by now you know who I'm talking about, and that is our very own Suman Ahmed Sabir. All right. Now moving from Bangladesh to another beautiful and lovely economy, a small economy where people are mostly very happy. And I was there last year. That is Bhutan. The person I'm talking about, he's one of the pioneers again of the Bhutan internet and the telecommunication sector, having served in Bhutan Telecom since 1989 in a wide range of technical, operational, and strategic leadership roles. He played a central role in introducing internet services to Bhutan, overseeing the deployment and operations of the country's early internet and GSM mobile networks, while helping shape the Bhutan Telecom's long-term technology and strategy. He also helped in establishing the BTNOG and made possible to visit Bhutan made possible for SANOG to visit Bhutan multiple times. The person I'm talking about is none other than Jichin Thille. Now moving to another country, the country of my birthplace. Let's go to Pakistan. The person is among the very few people who brought commercial internet in Pakistan. He was one of the early voices who helped build and document the country's internet ecosystem. During the formative years of commercial internet access, he played a leading technical role at one of the few commercial ISPs called Supernet. That was one of the Pakistan's first private internet service provider, contributing to the development and operations of internet services when connectivity was still in its infancy. Not only that, he created one of the first technical community group on the internet for the people in Pakistan to communicate, to talk, and discuss issues in the telecom and ISP sector. The person is very well known with his initials only. If you tell his initial in Pakistan, people will tell you who you are talking about. As we call him, TM, his name is Mr. Tariq Mustafa. All right. Last but not the least, let's come back to Nepal. We started with the regional award for Nepal, and now we are back to the national award of Nepal. He's the founder. If I tell you that, you'll figure out who I'm talking about. So let me skip who is that person from the first statement, right? He's the founder of the Nepal's largest internet service provider, a graduate of Bates College in the United States. He founded this organization in 1995. I'm giving you hints so that you can figure out who that person is. So this organization network expanded to reach nearly every district of the country, and its backbone now carries close to half of all the Nepal's internet traffic. With high-speed internet reaching almost every city, and even the most remote parts of the nation, including the far reaches of Karnali, the place I have never visited. Journeys, I just gave you the name. Anyway, this organization's journey from kbps to tbps, from dial-up to wireless to metro Ethernet, and onto its pioneering fiber-to-the-home network is the driving force behind Nepal's achieving the highest broadband penetration in the region. The organization I'm talking about is WorldLink, and the person I'm talking about is none other than Mr. Dilip Agarwal. So from India, Mr. Neeraj Sonkar and Suchit Nanda. From Bangladesh, from Suman Ahmed Samir. From Bhutan, Mr. Jichin Thinle. From Pakistan, Mr. Tariq Mustafa. And from Nepal, Mr. Dilip Agarwal. On behalf of the Internet Enablers Board, we welcome you all on board as the Internet Enablers of our region. Thank you so much for your effort, and thank you very much for that. Hello. So thank you so much for staying late. We are now taking a tea break. But just remember, this is a very short tea break. It's 15 minutes only. Right now it's 11:40. We expect everyone to be back in 15 minutes. Bring your tea, coffee, your samosa, your cookies inside, and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you so much.
While everyone can go for a quick tea, I'd like to request SANOG core committee members and NPNOG board to stay back for a quick photo. SANOG core committee members, I'm not sure whether everyone is inside. Can somebody help call SANOG core committee members to come in, as well as NPNOG board members? Samit? Suman and Pankaj-ji, SANOG core committee. You can also come. You're a steering committee member. Jichen. Oh yeah. Harish Bhai is there. So only Pankaj-ji is missing. Can somebody call Pankaj-ji?
Okay, good. Everyone, please be seated. And everyone that is outside, please come in. We are going to start this next session. Okay, I'll want to make some housekeeping. Please put your phones into silent mode. Please make sure you don't have any alarms going off. And if you need to take a call, please exit and enter from the back door. Don't use the front door, and somebody's just doing that, because that creates a lot of noise. Yeah, please just use the back door, not the front door anymore, after the session has started. Thank you so much. This is the first session after our opening ceremony. And in this session, I have 3 presentations. We'll start with Devdas Bhagat. He is going to talk about mental models, right? Devdas is one of those speakers and participants who was here for the first SANOG 23 years ago in Kathmandu. And he's been a continuous supporter and speaker on various topics that he's been working on. I know when I first came, he was this very avid anti-spam guy. Then over the years, he turned into a database guy. And now he's turned into a philosopher, and we'll talk about mental models. Devdas.
Thank you, Gaurav. Sorry, so how do you start the slideshow? Cool, there we go. Oops. Yeah, so this is mostly a talk about naming things, not philosophy, though in computer terms it might be the same thing. But a mental model is, most people might not be familiar with the term, so let me start by naming that. It's basically an internal representation, something in your mind, of what is an external reality. So you could say a mental model of a thunderstorm, and you can picture it. And if I tell you to imagine an apple, you should be able to see an apple, hopefully. But your level of what you think of as an apple would be very different. So a mental model is useful for us as a framework to help us understand systems and make decisions. A few months ago, I was having a discussion with my colleagues about how we were going to have microservices within the company do stuff. And we spent 3 days arguing about layer 7 versus layer 3 equivalent on application stuff. Just how to do message passing. It was like, should we use this protocol or not? And it was like, it doesn't really matter. You have to do message passing end of day. Whether you use HTTP, whether you use Unix sockets, XML, whatever, it doesn't matter. This is your API definition, go with it. So yeah, just being able to explicitly have that mental model of how to do message passing would have saved us 3 days. You can have the same problem with users. You know, what is a user to your accounting department might be very different from what is a user to your network engineering department. And if those 2 definitions don't align, well, you have a problem. Maybe. A mental model, of course, is a model. It's not accurate. All models are wrong, but some of them are useful. So the goal here is to try and make sure that people can align on what is the usefulness of the model and do not get lost in the details. Utility is the more important thing here. Maps. So my slides are mostly examples of mental models, and there are way more. You can choose to define more concepts as you build more layers of abstraction. We all know that the solution to any problem in computer engineering is add another layer of abstraction. It's there in an RFC, in fact, so you could go look that up. I think 1925, or is it 1125, but somebody can fact check that. It's the 12 networking truths or something. For those of you who don't know this picture, this is the pale blue dot. Useful search term. A 1:1 map of anything is useless. You don't need all the details. A 1:1 map of a country is the size of the country. You don't want to carry that around. But it is a useful model of whatever territory you're covering. You want to build a network, and your network may have, in this country, it might go through mountains. In other countries, you'll have to dig tunnels or whatever. And you know what? As a network, as a layer 3 engineer, I don't care. You're like, I want to have a connection between these 2 points. I will draw a straight line between these 2 points. So that's basically a model. Mental model for OSI, it's like Matryoshka dolls. You just have layers and layers of communication. We don't actually use this in production. TCP/IP is a different model. But when we are talking to other engineers, it is useful to say this is a layer 3 problem, this is layer 4, this is layer 7. Firewalling at layer 3, okay, clear. Firewalling at layer 4, clear. Firewalling at layer 7, yes, we call that an application proxy instead of a firewall, but same thing. But having that mental OSI mental model shared across everyone means you know what everyone agrees to when we say it's a layer 3 issue or a layer 1 issue. Layers are separated by well-defined boundaries, which is part of the model. This is the key part here from the OSI takeaway. Networks, the systems to move information around from point A to point B. What's in the middle? I don't really care. Network engineers do physical. You might care about whether it's a fiber optic cable or whether it's wireless. Again, if you're looking at it from the top-down perspective, I just need to move information from point A to point B. The network is how we do this. It could be a network made of roads. It could be railways. It could be anything else. Trees, in fact, look very similar. So does the human circulatory system. If you want to move stuff around, well, simplest network is a direct connection, but your mental model can just then expand because you say, well, here's a connection, but I have more points. I will connect all of them. And then you say that gets too complicated, so we'll just run it as a star and spoke. And when I say there's a hub and spoke model, everybody knows what I'm referring to without having to draw a diagram. Or a mix, we don't care. Fractals are just patterns that repeat themselves. So another very common use of useful mental model, if you're doing traffic engineering, shortest path, BGP communities take your pick. We just say every path, every element of this network has a weight. Use the shortest weight, distance, time, money. Doesn't matter, traffic engineering. Oh wait, but calculating the shortest path everywhere is complex. Let me make that calculation in one place. Fine, we'll call it segment routing or MPLS and be done with it. And then you can have any other method of doing the same logic and it'll still be like, okay, here's a replacement. A bulkhead, here's an isolation area. So if you're like, okay, we know things are going to fail. This is how we limit damage. Do I have 5 elements in there? It doesn't matter. Disaster recovery, fine. A bulkhead is a boundary. It's a failure limiting boundary. So when you say something is within a bulkhead, you know that it is going to have, that's your area of impact for a disaster. Why? Because if you want to maintain capacity, availability, reliability, whatever, all the nice ilities, you need to think in terms of bulkheads. Because if I have a BGP incident when somebody puts up a wrong route and says, well, we have now the default route for the internet and nobody's filtering stuff, you really, really want that bulkhead to be like, oh no, my age is a bulkhead. Sure, we don't want to propagate this out. Or, you just announce YouTube. Or all of AWS, if you like. It doesn't matter. Traffic segmentation, split by type, or we call it label switch path. And then I have, there's a bunch of mental models that I found useful when debugging problems or when designing solutions. So first principles thinking is literally you start drilling down to what is the basic problem that we are trying to solve here. It's not necessarily that a link is, okay, my alarms are going off, but why? And then you start drilling down to, okay, we have a problem because we have a single point of failure somewhere in the path. Of course, you can have multiple single points of failure in the path, which is a very common infrastructure issue. But an axiom is basically an assumption that you have put into your system and said this is going to be true. Your axiom may be that the network is reliable. It isn't, but it can be a valid assumption at the start of your network engineering journey. And then you say, what if that wasn't true? What if something was different? Well, we say, well, people are making unauthorized changes. Are they making unauthorized changes? I don't know. And then you can say, well, what if we can prevent people from making unauthorized changes by using other tooling? Software, this is a solved problem in software engineering. We have continuous integration, continuous deployment. So you can say, well, here's where we have our change gates. And we can say, before I make a change, it is looked at by somebody else, it is reviewed, there is sign-off. The 4 eyes principle is a very common example of how you do it. And then you say, what if one of these assumptions is wrong? Maybe your network is not reliable. Maybe you need a second path. Or maybe the network is perfectly reliable, but somebody else is making policy decisions that no longer make your network viable. Pretty common, right? Somebody says, let's just turn the internet off. And then you're like, whoop, that's a new one on me. Come on. Oh, there you go. And then you just say, I want a new set of axioms, new set of assumptions, and you build a new mental model from there and say, this is my new system. Old systems can be very simple, and new systems can be complex, or if you do it right, the newer mental model of your system will be simpler. But your implementation can have lots and lots of complicated and complex details. And you'll just be like, sure, it doesn't, but those details don't matter in the big picture. You're looking at somewhere between a microscopic view and a 10,000 foot view. Occam's razor, the simplest explanation, is the best starting point. Why is my network down? Well, possibly there was a fiber cut, possibly somebody made a routing change, I don't know, but we just look at when did the incident start and what changed at that time. If you have decent monitoring or half decent monitoring, you will be able to say, there was a change, and then when that change happened, my networks went down. Cool. I know that can be a valid hypothesis for going down the path. You don't need to go, well, you know what, my competitors decided to cut the cable, when you're like, no, somebody made a routing change and made a typo in it. What's more likely? Of course, you have to keep this little adage in mind. Explanation exists, there's always a simple explanation, and that's probably wrong. Kinefin, this is a Welsh word, so it's pronounced as KY, and it divides problems into 5 contexts. Clear, where you use best practices, best current practices. It's all simple, standardized solutions. Complicated, more moving parts. Complex, lots of moving parts and lots of possible inputs. Chaotic, nobody knows what is going on. Incident happening and manager rushes into the room screaming, what is going on? Tell me now. And you're like, I'm trying to troubleshoot this issue, shut up. But the manager doesn't shut up, and it goes from, this is a complex issue to, well, now I no longer know what's going on. And then you have confusion, which is, well, slightly worse. Systems thinking is a mental model where you say everything is a system and any change you make in that system will reflect everywhere else. So the impact may be limited, it may not be limited. And it's a group of interactive parts which is coherently, logically organized. And more importantly, systems have emergent properties. The human brain is extremely complex, but we still don't know how intelligence works. If we could have actual intelligence, it would be nice. artificial intelligence is not a good substitute. But yes, emergent properties mean that any change can have impact elsewhere. This is a major thing when we deal with stuff like policies or, what are the new rules for making a change? You say, we are having too many outages, we should limit changes. And then it turns out a few weeks later that your problem is your change rate is too slow and your competitors are out executing you now. And everything is the system, so you can always just go down through this. Now, of course, when everything is a system, you need to know what is happening in that system, and a useful model for that is events and queues. Anything that happens is an event, and once you have a series of events happening, it builds into a queue. You have a processor for a queue, and if a queue gets too long, you start to have problems because it takes too long to process information, you get delays, and in network context, you're looking at the equivalent of a packet drop. People forget things. You build up a giant task list, your Jira queue builds up into, it should be like, here's a 5-item list, and you go, well, how many tickets do you have? Well, 5,000. We can't get through these in a day. It's fine, no big deal. And then now you have queue to deal with queue management. Queue management is, of course, the queues may be visible or invisible. In a lot of business processes, queues are invisible, which means you can't see them and you can't price them around. And then other people are like, sure, it's only a 1-minute task. What's the big deal? Well, I have 500 1-minute tasks to do and not enough minutes in a day. And if you go talk to your accounting department, they will tell you that this whole inventory thing is not great. You don't want to buy more than you want. You don't want to output more than you need, because carrying inventory has a cost. If you say, I want one router, and you say, I will put in an order for 10 routers because I might need spares, your manager is going to go, what? Have you ever thought of your actual monetary costs on this thing? The theory of constraints is another useful model. It basically says that for any system, you have one constraint, one limiting factor. So if your bottleneck is the fact that your latency from point A to point B is 500 milliseconds, whatever you do is not going to go faster than that if that's the limitation because of the speed of light. I mean, if your limitation is speed of light in vacuum, good luck trying to go faster. I understand the Australian Prime Minister believes that Australian laws supersede the laws of mathematics, but the laws of maths and physics tend not to be overridden. If you're saying, I have a 10 gig local link, but the pipe to the internet is 1 Mbps, you're not going to go faster than 1 Mbps. Your optimization really needs to be, how do I upgrade the pipe to the internet? And if you optimize anywhere else, it's basically a waste. You just go, my desktop is a 100 Mbps connection and I made it 1 gig and my internet's not faster. Well, yes, because you didn't find where the actual bottleneck was. Your bottleneck may not just be in the network, it may be in your staffing, it may be anywhere. You could have 15 people being on call, and that would be a waste. You could have one person be on call, and then that would be too few. One network engineer running an operation 24/7 is definitely too few. That's the thing that you want to optimize. You will want 3, 4, 5 people so that people can take vacations or be sick. And yes, from systems thinking, you get another mental model, which is leverage. Pareto principle, again, you basically put in 20% of the effort to get 80% of the results, and that's usually good enough. I'm more than happy if I can pay like 20 rupees and get 80 rupees worth of value instead of paying 100 rupees and getting 100 rupees worth of value. Similar-ish. Feedback loops. This is a thing that most people miss out on, but when you make a change to a system, there is always a reflection back, and now you have a new system and a new state, and that output change influences further input. Then if you have done any sort of electronic damping systems, you'll know that if you have a negative feedback loop, things get stable over time. But if you have a positive feedback loop, well, then small change will cause things to go completely unstable. You're like, yep, here's a tiny bottleneck. And then, well, that bottleneck grows and grows. You have 10 cars on the street, good enough. And then you have 400 cars on the street and it goes, well, now we have a traffic jam. And there's a phenomenon in traffic called a standing jam, where there was a traffic jam and now traffic isn't moving even though there is no obvious cause for the jam. The traffic is just standing still. That's the sort of thing that you have with a positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loops can be useful if they are actually in a place where you want them, like your revenue. I would like it to grow. As a business, you would like it to grow. You don't necessarily want it to be stable. That's a limiting factor. But if your network is going into a state where you're going, well, we have all this, it's just flapping and flapping and flapping. You're like, yeah, that's a problem. And inventory in queues causes problems with feedback because, of course, inventory means if you've got 5 minutes of inventory, you're stuck waiting for feedback for 5 minutes, stuff has gone wrong, and now you have to wait 5 minutes to know if your fix worked. It might be 5 minutes, it might be 15 minutes. If you're really unlucky, it takes hours to know if your fix worked. And then you're like, well, I don't know if the outage is resolved. Basically, mental models are the starting point for your decision making. You don't need to, they're not anything other than that. It's simplifying a very complex problem into saying, this is not, when I say X, I mean this whole big thing behind it. I don't have to describe every tree and every mountain in the Himalayas, but if I tell you Himalayas, you're going to be like, okay, big mountain chain, we know where it is, good enough. And that's basically the point where you want to get to with a mental model. Having more mental models just gives you more options to select from. And you can go, I have a different set of mental models than my colleague. I have more experience in different fields. And that means that I can solve problems with a different approach. I have literally solved problems that are really hard to do with simple programming loops. And then you go and say, oh, but if you use recursion here, it will make you model your data as a tree and it makes life simple. And that's a known solution, but you just have to model the data right, which means that's just a problem with this. So we have 3 minutes for Q&A, or we can do the Q&A later. But if anybody has questions. No one? Okay.
Thank you, Fab. I think this is a fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
One thing I generally struggle with mental models is how you've applied it in real life. Do you want to share an example where you had to kind of apply this to a problem space and came out of it? Either positively or negatively, it doesn't matter. Thank you.
So let's see, this is a hard problem because I keep doing this all the time. And my current example from my current company, like I said, was how do you do the message passing thing? Because it boils down to, my current company grew by acquisitions. Everybody has a different software stack. Everybody has different mechanisms. And so you need to unify all the tech stacks. And at some point we went, well, we have microservices. And it became, well, we have too many microservices, which is another problem you can have. So we are trying to simplify things down to isolate stuff by problem domain. And then each thing has to communicate explicitly by message passing. You need message passing so people don't randomly change APIs, and you don't need to go like, oh no, there's an HTTP API here or a socket, Unix socket, whatever. The message is the important part, not the rest of it. This simplifies the problem for a few hundred developers when they say, you know what, here's the mechanism. This also feeds into our business intelligence systems. Instead of all this common way people do BI is you will copy data from every database that you have and then restructure it. Instead of restructuring the data like that, you can just say, we are going to have a single event that is generated from your message, from your messages that you then pass around. And then this day becomes your feed into the business intelligence system, and it is also my feed into my monitoring system. So when I know that an alert is going off, I know exactly what paths were being taken by those things. I know what users are impacted. I know which systems are impacted. I know what deployments have been dealt with at that time. And I can go from something is broken to this is the tiny set of issues I have. This is where I need to look at. And then suddenly your time for resolving an outage goes from a few hours to discover what is going wrong to, well, here are the 5 things we need to investigate. Here are the 5 teams we need to call in. And you can solve problems much faster.
Thanks. Any question for Devdas? 20 seconds. Can you go to the mic? Please go to the mic. Yeah, Rupesh, thanks for the mic. Keep the mic there. There's the mic.
So I'm interested in learning what sort of mental model you use when dealing with, let's say, problem at a scale. Let's say you've got millions of customers, right? Or millions of data points, or network, for example. Any particular mental model that really works for you, or you just try whatever comes first?
I mean, you start by modeling a system, and then you see how you're going to deal with the particular problem that you have. You want to isolate those down. So I generally approach everything as a debugging issue. Okay. This is a thing, this something is not working right, or something is missing. What do I need to do to make it work, or get things working in? And then you just apply as many mental models as you can to say, if I look at the problem like this, does it work better? Or if I look at it from this other perspective, does it look better? So the more a mental model is essentially a perspective.
Yeah.
Do I care about DNS? Not really. But if it doesn't work, we know everything is going to break.
Yeah.
So, cool.
Thank you. You guys can take it offline. Yes. Time's up. We will go on to the next presentation. Please introduce yourself next time you ask a question, because we also are live streaming this. And so we want to know who is asking the questions. Thank you. The next presenter is going to talk about how to keep the local internet running during internet shutdowns. This has been a kind of popular topic in our region recently. So, you know, I'm getting Suman Bhai here, and he's going to talk about this in context of the July Revolution 24 in Bangladesh, which also gave birth to Bangladesh 2.0. Suman Bhai.
Thanks, Gaurav. Good afternoon, everyone. So let's now move from psychology to politics. So the presentation I made actually last year in BNOG 19, after the July Revolution 2024. We have a huge outage, and we lived without internet for almost 3 weeks. And that triggered me to prepare this presentation, actually. Even if you fall into that kind of situation, still, we can do much better what we have done that time. So I want to share my experience and a few things we can do better. Definitely, we don't want to see the internet shut down again. That is, we don't want that to happen. If you can build that consciousness, that's the best thing to do. But so far, we can't avoid it. People from Delhi who are here maybe experienced some of it in the last week. So it's all began with a very small issue, actually, that the students start protesting for, So there is a quota system in our job market, in the government jobs, that people with minority community, people with underdeveloped community, and also quota for the family members of the freedom fighters back in 71. And if you accumulate all the quota, it comes around 65%. So for meritocracy, it's only 45% left. So there is a huge hesitation among the students that it's all about quota, not merit. And it's 71 legacy were still continuing in 2024. So students started protesting, and the usual, the autocratic government tried to move in different directions, and it started getting momentum, and we started seeing this kind of situations in the streets. And suddenly in 16th of July, we found that mobile internet gone off, and 18th evening, everything was shut down. And that's a very strange feeling. I don't know how many of you that kind of feeling, that suddenly you have no internet connection. But I feel that half of my life I spent without internet. But now, when this happened, and I started thinking that I'm kind of disconnected. We're living in a very much connected world. I can see Tariq Bhai sitting here, and I'm probably seeing him after 25 years, maybe 20 years. And but I know that we are connected. And many of us in this room, we are not seeing every day, but we know that in a moment, if you want, we can reach to anyone. If the time zone doesn't mess, maybe next morning he will respond. But we know we are connected. But that is the feelings that I'm completely isolated from everyone except the family in my house. So, and it's looked like that suddenly we gone off from the internet. And probably the government was trying to hide this kind of gloomy pictures that was happening in the streets of Dhaka city. And our minister told that we didn't shut down the internet, but it stopped. So I don't know how. And if I show the time frame, what happened, that on 16th July onward, mobile internet shut down. 18th evening, around 8:30 p.m., all internet was gone. And on 25th July, there is a partial restoration of broadband internet only for the emergency services. 28th, we got internet back, but except the social media. From 31st July, the mobile broadband returns, but the situation in the streets didn't improve. On 3rd July, again, mobile internet went down. On 5th August, for a couple of hours, we have complete shutdown again. And after that, the government actually gave up. Everything changed, and we got our full internet service back. So, and even during the partial shutdown time, we noticed that the VPN traffic increased a lot. That is usually around 20 to 30 Gbps, but during that time, we found that around 400 Gbps traffic is coming out of the VPN because people are accessing social media via VPN. So, and on the 5th August, that again fully shut down, and we called it the very famous 36 July because the continued July revolution till 5th August. And so that is a very strange experience I was sharing, that it is not only the personal feeling, but it impacted a lot actually among the people during the shutdown time. That now a lot of people depends on e-commerce. The technical people, a lot of companies, individuals, they do outsourcing work. They have managed contact with overseas companies. They're providing 24-hour services. All these people are kind of out of business. And I found a lot of people, those who have Indian visa, they cross the border. Some people actually travel to Kathmandu because we have a visa-free entry in this city, and they start working sitting in the hotel here. And very common that mobile money, we know that we all transfer money through mobile. It's a huge, huge transaction. It stopped. The POS machines in the shops not working. E-commerce all gone. E-commerce on top of social media and individual website is very popular now. There's a lot of business going on here. And all these are stopped. The worst thing that the electricity, gas, water, these are all not prepaid. And they cannot recharge that. So some people, we see a lot of queue during curfew in front of the electricity office because they're out of electricity. Even somebody wants to call, those have prepaid mobile, they cannot recharge their mobile phone. So complete life actually shattered. Interestingly, the way internet was shut down, it was just turn off the upstream. The local internet ecosystem was actually available, and we can ping and reach to every destination inside the country, but no content is accessible. Even the local apps, those people use in the Wi-Fi you can use all the time, but those are accessible. Because some of the apps are hosted in the cloud, they're backend. Some are using some scripts, JavaScripts or API, purchased API from cloud. Those are not coming, so apps are not usable. So, and some applications just running on IP, like in a shop, they have some softwares. Those have become slow even, because they try to resolve their reverse DNS and it's not working. So every transaction took 3 minutes kind of waiting. After one, next person, wait for 3 minutes because the software is not responding. So it's a good learning experience that if you develop app, have some lightweight versions actually, so that, and it's local, so that even in this kind of disaster situation, you can survive, because it's prevalent that the internet shutdown is happening and probably it will be continuing. Here's a list of internet shutdown in the recent time. It's coming for different reasons. Like in Iran, it's the war and civil unrest. And there are some election time, some governments are actually turning down the internet. Even in Nepal, last year, the commercial upstream actually blocked their services for a certain hour. There is a blackout in Nepal. So it's not very uncommon. So one thing that we definitely don't want internet shutdown to happen. We need to build a consensus. But even if it happens, it may be happening in some geographical reason, like the natural calamities, earthquake, flood, many things can happen, or even a wartime. So we should have, the dependency on internet is such that we should have some mechanism to have some emergency services running still if this happened. So let's look at a little bit detail actually how it happened in Bangladesh. That this is a typical internet architecture. There's the internet gateway, then there are the ISPs, there are internet exchange point. The internet was shut down by actually cutting those links. So below that, everybody is actually very well connected, and it didn't work. And it is primarily because of the very ignored thing, that is the DNS, that was not functioning that time. And we found that the ISPs in this part of the world, we outsource to very critical services. One is DNS, and another is email. It is all hosted to some other player. And in ISPs in Bangladesh, they are mostly using these DNS services, and they're from the DSCP or their BIRAs, they are offering this DNS to the end users. So eventually, when the internet got cut off, these DNS were not accessible. So even though technically your local reservoir is working, and many of root servers and TLD servers in the country, and I look at many of them, the expire time, it is minimum is 14 days. So we should have sustained at least 14 days for the locally hosted websites and services running in the country. But it didn't happen. So another good learning point, lesson is that the ISPs should use your local reservoir for your clients. So even this global connectivity breaks, you have some sort of internet prevailing in their country. If you look at the Bangladesh situation, that we have .bd, or local CCLD domain, .bangla, then we have root server mirrors, a couple of them in Bangladesh. We have some CCLD mirrors, thanks to PCA hosting a mirror there. And there are some TLD mirrors like .com, .net, all these mirrors are in country. But the moment it shut down, it didn't work because we are using all this public free DNS. We don't want to run our own resolvers at all. So learning from there that if you have DNS mirrors, at least you should have consensus among government and industry and all the stakeholders that even we need to shut down the internet, please have connectivity to the DNS servers, some sort of. If any disaster, have satellite backups or something. So that if the DNS is running, the local internet economy will run. So that is something, a learning experience during that time. And a couple of months back in the Taipei, Kenny was presenting about the DNS security and resilience. He's proposing that if necessary, we need to put the DNS servers into deep underground so that it cannot be destroyed. We all know about few like bunker blaster bombs and all these things. So we need to preserve our DNS from them if necessary. Otherwise, we cannot stay in the internet. And in the upper layer, that many new discussions going on that some DNS mesh protocol and few other things, so that if the internet gets cut off, at least local internet system works. And of course, the multi-dimensional redundancy is proposing even the LEO satellite can be used to connect the DNS servers. So DNS is a really critical infrastructure we should understand, and we need to have a consensus how we can actually keep it running and live. So, but reality sometimes overcomes everything. So I was just thinking, we almost 3 weeks outage. So if this kind of thing happens, how actually can sustain? So if we can do some hack, like we cannot save everything, but at least for the emergency services, if we can do something, like it is not a very ideal thing to do, I'm telling, but at least if we know that we have a local root server like the CCDLD, like .np in Nepal, .bd in Bangladesh, nobody is going to take care of that. So if we can just have a local copy of that DNS server, at least for Bangladesh.bd, for Nepal, for .np, for India, for .in, we can actually sustain. And if we can copy the zone and sign DNSSEC and have a local trust anchor, we can actually keep the DNSSEC running locally. So that can actually help the local financial transaction, banks, and other critical infrastructure to have DNSSEC running and keep them secured. So this is the worst possible thing I'm trying to considering. There are many other options, but this is something actually the ISPs can do. We don't need to depend on anyone, but we can keep the local internet running into the country. And another observation that the popular domains in Bangladesh, mostly .com and .net. But in this kind of situation, it's hard to actually keep them alive. So if you have running a critical infrastructure, critical services, have a local domain actually. So if Bangladesh.bd, in Nepal.np, so that the resources are all hosted locally, and you can sustain in those kind of critical situations. And to few other things we need to consider if we fall into that unwanted situation, like a DNSSEC certificate will fail if your NTP server actually doesn't sync. And this kind of situation, better to have a local NTP server with a GPS-based hardware clock, so that you can distribute your NTP server with your DSCP, so that the DNSSEC syncs. And if you have a primary DNS server abroad, increase your zone expire parameter in the secondary DNS, so that runs for a longer period of time instead of outage. And a few other hacks, like if you have the IP list, have a drop the IP prefix outside, returning NX domain, so that it will make faster of your DNS resolvement time. And nowadays our devices are very sensitive actually, that are like the OSs are actually checks internet connectivity. You can kind of spoof them so that your devices doesn't show that you are not connected to the internet. And another big issue we mentioned, that the utilities, we are using a lot of IoT devices nowadays, and they use mobile networks. And in Bangladesh, we found that all these IoT these devices are connected to the common APN they use for the commercial services. End result, when the government ordered to shut down the mobile internet, all these devices are gone offline. So for the utilities, if we can use a separate APN, and government should understand and people understand this is something we should not touch, then this kind of disaster we can avoid. And probably for the critical services, we should always have a backup channel. That now there are different options. There are 5G, there is a LoRa, there is Ethernet. We can connect in many different options, connectivity options. So for the critical services, let's have always some backup to avoid disasters. And again, we need a consensus among all the stakeholders, including government. First thing, we don't want to see the internet to be stopped. So say no to internet shutdown. But even it happens, we should try to keep our key infrastructure like DNS and other thing to keep alive. Even that gone, then we ISPs can play a role actually to have some sort of services alive for some time. So that is to share my experience during the internet shutdown in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
So the question I have for you, remembering the talk from morning, it was the DNS or or not the DNS? On a side, thank you so much. Any questions? Please come to the mic and just state your name for the live streaming audiences. Thank you.
Hi, Anurag Bhatia, Hurricane Electric. Thanks for the great talk. It was quite interesting. I have two questions for you. For the outage less than 14 days and for the outage longer than 14 days. You said there was visible outage even for less than 14 days because a lot of people were using 8888 or 1111. There must be some ISPs who were running their own resolver. So anything happened to them or it all worked well in their case?
No, you know that it didn't work well, in fact. And what is, unfortunately, in Bangladesh, most of the ISPs I have noticed that they're all using this free DNS services. Right. So it is hard to find that someone, I tried by changing my own resolver to some local I know, and I found, yes, it's accessible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay. And the 14 days here is coming, I guess, from the expire value in the
SOA
record.
Yeah. That's something I just figured out from the SOA record of the all the roots DNS servers, all the DNS servers. Is found that the minimum time is given is 14 days. I don't know. It is the DNS gurus are here. They can tell better. I'm not a DNS expert that much. So
on your recommendation for more than 14 days, how .bd will work? Even if you have .bd locally set up, the DNS resolver still need the root to work. The root chain is broken because of the expire value.
Yes. That is a hack I proposed here. I didn't give the command here. Like the .bd server is there. You can reach it. You can actually dig and grab the copy of the record. You can get the DS record, DNS record from there, and have a local .bd in your resolver, so that you don't need root server to reach .bd.
So
it is something not ideal to do, I am telling you again. It is not at all advised. But if you get into that kind of situation, you have nothing to do, still, you can actually help people to get some sort of internet access.
Have you explored how DNSSEC works? I haven't checked. I think .bd's DNSSEC signed.
Yeah, it's signed. It's signed for the last 2 years.
Yep. Anurag.
Okay, thanks. I'll take it offline.
Yep. Haris in the back, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Haris Shamsi. Suman bhai, thank you very much for the talk. Quick question. There was an initiative a few years back about putting the root server replicas in different economies and use BGP anycasting to route the traffic. So my question is, in your understanding, how much this initiative can help economies like us in DNS resolution, like root server replicas in the local economies? Thank you.
I couldn't follow actually. Somehow it's echo or something. The root server
replicas.
Yeah, we have root server replicas in most of the access, like in BDX, we have 2 of them, but one of them is functioning now. And we have a GTL bureau server from VeriSign is there. We have a PCI is a large bureau of a lot of CCLD servers. So all these resources are there, and it's a good idea to have more of them so that it actually helps to resolve the DNS. And another thing I'm telling that we should have a consensus to give them backup internet service to there, so that if anything goes wrong with the mainstream internet services, at least the DNS server sustains and survives. So that gives a local internet to function well.
Yeah, Suman, nice talk.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I am Rupinder Singh Parhat from India. We also do keep having a lot of internet shutdowns, but not at a national scale, but certainly in localized areas where there are certain problems or for whatever reason. Now, internet shutdown has two implications. The first implication is the technical implication of the network being down, and the second implication is the regulatory framework or a legal angle to it. So let me move it to a little legal angle. Technical, you have said. The question is that suppose the government, any sovereign government, has shut down internet in a particular area, region, or a zone for the ISPs to thereafter still run it. Would it be in breach of any laws or any other such things? Because that's a serious question. Because you are going against the will to stop internet for a particular purpose.
Actually, if you're doing a business with license from government, you cannot go against them. Right. But we are trying to create an awareness that internet shut down something like, for example, the political unrest. You don't want that message to pass, or maybe to stop them to communicate among themselves. If I do devil's advocacy kind of that. But you don't need to stop your electric meters, right? You don't need to stop the mobile payment mechanism on that area. If you shut down everything, it shuts down everything. So be specific. Like India has a good example. They do not shut down everything, but they shut down only locally. I have seen that India and Pakistan is the highest internet shutdown records in the last 2 years. So that is not a very good record indeed, but anyway, in India case, it is very localized. So that's good. And we can make it more, split it more and keep something more available for the people. It will give more benefits to the people.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thanks.
Bill, and then Anupam, and I think that last two questions.
Excellent talk, and thank you.
Bill, you'll have to introduce yourself.
Sorry. Excellent talk, and thank you. My observation has been that the younger the people in government making these decisions are, and the more they've grown up with the internet, the less they view it as something that can just be arbitrarily turned off because who cares anyway? That's just something for kids. Do you think that fundamentally this kind of problem can be addressed through educating government so that they will go more directly to the source of their problem rather than a blanket shut off? Or do you think trying to engineer around government, I mean, these are sort of two approaches. Do you think we should chase both? Where do you go with that?
Yeah, I think we should do both. And I'm sure that more of the young people will go to the power. They will understand the issues, and they will be not that much critical about internet. So that even after this revelation, the government actually passed a resolution that we will not shut down internet any further. So it is a government mandate in Bangladesh after this incident. So that's kind of learning, and also actually that the awareness and collaboration with the government. That is, I'm telling that if something you need to stop, be specific, and what you mentioned that, so that it doesn't interrupt everything.
Shut down messaging, but not gas meters.
Yes.
Thank you, Sumanda. Anupam Agarwal, India Internet Foundation. Thank you so much for a lovely talk. The point which you made about creating the local trust anchor and then trying to make sure that .bd runs, we just experimented with that in India with the help of ISPI and Nixie. It works fantastically well. And you can run the essential services like the railway booking services, the prepaid charge services and all. So that is a very good hack which can be implemented. Thank you for letting us know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunwai. Something that came up earlier was the importance of time in some of these things, because when internet shuts down, you also shut down NTP. And if you don't have NTP over a period of time, things start drifting. And a lot of things actually starts failing really, really badly. There is a talk about it tomorrow. I'm just giving it a plug at 11:30 in the morning, session on a presentation about time. Hopefully you guys will make it to that. Now, my next speaker is Paresh. He's also been presenting at SANOG for a long time. In fact, the anecdote I have for him is he's the most in-demand instructor for tutorials and workshops at SANOG. And actually Apricot as well, the most in demand. So today is going to talk about cryptography in the quantum area. There's a lot of buzzword, buddy, but I'll let you drive that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think I might use this. I don't like lecterns for obvious reasons. So it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here presenting to a SANOG audience. It's grown a lot since my first SANOG, SANOG-12. That was in Kathmandu, 2008. So it's really good to see that. So the topic for today is cryptography in the quantum era. Can we have the slides, please? Oh, it's not. It's like a cryptographic attack or something. I think so. Okay, cool. All right, let's make a start. So, yeah, the topic, cryptography in the quantum era. So, yeah, a lot of buzzwords, but a very interesting topic. I just realized there's a lot of echo here. Is that me or just, okay, it's just how it is. Okay. That's wrong. All right, a few teething problems. So very quickly, three things that I want to talk about today. One is a very quick look at quantum computing. Then I'll go into the impact that quantum computing has on cryptography. And finally, it's a quick look at what the post-quantum world looks like. So when it comes to quantum technologies, this is nothing new. We've had quantum technology since the 1940s, right? And it actually finds its applications in a lot of things we use today, like transistors, like solar panels and things. Now, this quantum technology, the first generation of quantum technology, is actually something that exploits the properties, the quantum properties of groups of particles, like ensembles of particles, multiple photons, groups of electrons, and so on. Where we are now today is about taking it to the next level, an area of technology that we call quantum technology 2.0. And the distinction between 1.0 and 2.0 is that 2.0 looks at the quantum properties that are associated with individual quantum systems, like a single photon or a single electron or a single charged atom, right? And some of these properties are things such as superposition, entanglement, and so on. And I'll go into a bit more detail on that in the next slide. Now, this actually has applications around things such as quantum computing, quantum communications, quantum sensing, and so on. So a very interesting area of development right now. So the basic quantum technologies and properties that are useful from the perspective of quantum compute. The first one is the concept of a qubit. A qubit actually stands for quantum bit. And it's like the equivalent, the quantum equivalent of a digital bit that we have today, right? So it's the basic unit of storing information in a quantum system. So bit equivalent to qubit in the quantum world. Now the thing about the qubit is that it's actually very different to your standard bit. The qubit is actually in a state of what we call superposition. And a state of superposition means that it's in an infinite number of states at the same time. So if you look at a two-state system, it's 0 and a 1 at the same time. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's how it is. This is quantum mechanics. So it stays in the state of superposition where it's both a 0 and a 1 until the point at which it is observed. When it's observed, the wave function associated with that qubit actually collapses, and then it becomes either a 0 or a 1. So for those of you who have actually done physics, you would know this from the story of Schrödinger's cat, right? The cat that was both dead and alive at the same time. But no cats here. We'll just look at qubits. So that's one interesting phenomenon that we exploit for quantum compute. The other one is entanglement. Now this stuff is even more radical than superposition. Einstein called this spooky action at a distance, because that's what it is. So essentially what this is if you've got a pair of entangled particles, they share a relationship where by observing the state of one of these particles, you can infer the state of the other particle. And the other particle could be light years away from that first particle, right? It could be anywhere in the universe, but you know, if the wave function of the first particle collapses, then it immediately, instantaneously results in the wave function of the other particle collapsing as well. So this is some interesting phenomenon, right? And not many people understand this. I'm not sure I do either. In fact, Richard Feynman said, you know, if you think you understand quantum technology, you don't understand quantum technology. So it's probably safe to say I don't understand quantum technology. So these things can be used to build a quantum computer, right? Now, a quantum computer has, for a long time, been a theoretical concept, right? It's, you know, the concept came about in the 60s, 70s, right? Where the idea of using qubits to perform computations was thought of. Now, today, it's a reality, right? There are quantum computers out there. Now, how do we actually do this, right? How do they work, and why are quantum computers so powerful? So to do that, we have to once again look at an analogy. Like today's bits, 0 or 1, right? Very clear. It has a very distinct characteristic. Now, if you take 4 bits, a 4-bit value, right, a nibble, it can have any of the values from 0, 0, 0, 0 to 1, 1, 1, 1. So 16 different values. But at any point in time, it can have one of those values, right? Things in the quantum world are a lot different. If instead of the 4 bits, we had 4 qubits, those qubits would both be in a state of 1 and 0 at the same time. So if you had 4 of these bits, all of them in a state of 0 and 1 at the same time, then you've got 16 different values existing for those 4 qubits simultaneously. And now if you think about that, it's got the potential to really escalate and accelerate the amount of computing power you have at your disposal. And that's where the danger is, right? So the danger here is that if we can build a sufficiently powerful quantum computer, something that we call a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, try and say that really fast, it's got the potential to break public key cryptography. That means that protocols such as IPsec, TLS, SSH, all of those would be broken. And that would be a world of pain for us in this industry, right? Now, we're not there yet, right? As far as we know, we do not have a powerful enough quantum computer to break that. But it seems as if that day is not far away when we will have such a computer, right? So what's happening out there is that the immediate threat is that bad actors are doing what we call harvest now, decrypt later techniques. So what they're doing is they're actually collecting this encrypted data and storing it, so that when a quantum computer comes about, they'll be able to replay the data and break that encryption. So essentially, if you look at an example of TLS here, I'm not going to go through this in too much detail, but you can see that there are a few phases to TLS, right? The first part is key exchange, where you basically exchange a key that is then used for the bulk transfer that happens in the actual data transfer phase of TLS. Now, if a bad actor records all of this, that traffic will be encrypted today, right? So they will not be able to do anything with it. But if a quantum computer then becomes available to them, they could go back, replay it, break all of that. Now, it's just probably not going to make sense for a lot of the data out there. But there is some sensitive data, there could be financial data, there could be defense data that has a long shelf life, that even if you capture the data today and decrypted it 5 years later, there'll still be of some value to the bad people, right? So it's a real threat we've got to look at. So, how powerful are quantum computers today, right? So what you have on the left here is, you probably can't read that, but it's the top 10 quantum computers in terms of capability. And when you talk about the capabilities of quantum computers, it's mainly around the number of qubits that it support. And today we've got quantum computers that can support hundreds of qubits, maybe 1,000. Not a lot, right? It's not enough to break these algorithms today. But we also see that there's a lot of investment happening here. Chips that were announced by Microsoft, by Google, that are addressing different parts of quantum compute. They're hitting the market now. And in fact, IBM forecasts that by 2033, we'll have quantum computers with thousands of qubits that can potentially break some of these algorithms. So should we be worried? Yes, we should be worried. The point though, as I said, is we don't really know when this is going to happen. The day on which we'll have this cryptographically relevant quantum computer is being called Q day. So it's a bit like Y2Q, right? So when it happens, we'll be in a world of trouble. So we need to prepare now, right? We need to prepare for this day now. So I kind of alluded to the potential that quantum computers have to break cryptography. I'll just go into a bit more detail as to what that actually is, right? So when it comes to cryptography, we've got two essential ways of doing things, right? One is what we call symmetric cryptography, and the other is asymmetric cryptography. So symmetric cryptography is actually very simple, right? So you've got Alice and Bob, and if you see the security literature, it's always Alice, Bob, Eve, those guys mucking around and trying to send traffic to each other. Someone's trying to break it. Eve's a bad player, right? It's very interesting. So, if you get a chance, read some of this documentation. So, in the case of symmetric cryptography, it's very simple. You have a key that is used to encrypt the data, and the same key is used to decrypt the data. This is very, very simple, the way it works. Now, the thing about this symmetric encryption is the fact that you've got to have the same key, right, that is owned by both of these participants. So you've got to have a way of ensuring that that shared key is kept secret, but known to both of these parties, right? And that becomes a real challenge when it comes to symmetric cryptography. How do you ensure that Alice and Bob have the same key? So when it comes to symmetric cryptography, there's a few ways of exchanging that key, right? One is a very primitive way, which is called a appreciate key. So this is a very manual process. So say I'm Alice, and I've come up with a key. and I want to send a message, encrypted message to Bob, maybe I might call Bob and say, hey, you know, this is the key. Jot it down. And Bob uses the key to decrypt the data. Very simple. But it's not a very scalable way of doing things, right? Yet another way of doing that is a rather modern system that we call quantum key distribution. Now, quantum key distribution has nothing to do with quantum computing, but it does use the properties of quantum mechanics to ensure the security of the key. And I'll talk about it a little bit more later. So the way we've really solved the key exchange problem is to use asymmetric cryptography. So we use asymmetric algorithms to exchange that key that is used for symmetric cryptography between Alice and Bob, right? And it does it in a very secure fashion. So when it comes to symmetric cryptography, the secrecy of the communication is contingent upon the key. The key has to be sufficiently random. It has to be sufficiently long. And if it's long enough, then the only way of really attacking this is to do a brute force. You go through all of the combinations of the key, right? If it's a long enough key, that becomes very impractical, and that will not be able to be done. Maybe I have a question. Should I answer? All right. So the algorithm that is predominantly used in the industry is AES, right? Advanced Encryption Standard, to do the bulk encryption for symmetric cryptography. So given the fact that the way to break this is to use a brute force attack, right? Does quantum computing actually make an impact? So let's have a look at this. There's one algorithm that can potentially impact symmetric cryptography, and that was discovered by a gentleman called, just not my day, I think. I'll keep going, right? So there's this gentleman called Love Grover who came up with this algorithm. It's a quantum algorithm that does what we call is a quadratic speed up. So essentially, you know, if you've got a key that is n bits, then you've got to do 2 to the power of n operations, right, in order to go through all of the different combinations of the key. What the quadratic speed up does is that it reduces it to a order square root of n problem, right? So it's okay. Yeah, you can concentrate on the screen. So it does a quadratic speed up. So essentially what that means is that it reduces the efficacy of the key by half. So if it's a 128-bit key, it becomes as effective as a 64-bit key, right? That's the impact it has on symmetric cryptography. So that's very easy to solve, right? If the algorithm reduces the efficacy by half, they just double the size of the key. And that's what we're doing. So with AES, you'll see that most of the implementations out there are shipping with a 256-bit key, which gives you equivalent protection to a 128-bit AES key in the face of a quantum attack. So you're pretty good. So what you do here is essentially increases the size of the key, and you're good. Symmetric cryptography is fine, right? So that's the key takeaway from this. Now, asymmetric, public key cryptography, is a little bit different. So in this case here, we do not have a single shared secret key. Every participant has 2 keys, a public key and a private key. And the way it works is that the public key, as its name suggests, is public. It can be sent out to anyone. The private key is kept separate. But they have this interesting relationship where any traffic that is encrypted by the public key can only be decrypted by the corresponding private key, and vice versa, right? So as long as you keep one of those keys secret, which is the private key, then you should be able to have this communication. So it's actually a little bit of magic, right? That you can encrypt with one key and decrypt with another key. And the magic actually comes as a result of mathematics, and I'll go into that. So 2 key applications of that. One is key exchange. As we said, if you wish to, for example, sorry, it's just going the wrong way. If you wish to exchange a key for symmetric cryptography, what you could do is encrypt it with the public key of the recipient, when it gets to the recipient decrypts it with their private key, and they've got the symmetric key now exposed. The other application for that is digital signing, right? Where you actually do the opposite. You sign with a private key, attach a hash to a message, and so that when the receiver gets it, they decrypt with the public key. And because the receiver is the only one that can decrypt that, you're assured that it's being sent by the right party. So the two key applications of symmetric or asymmetric key are those. So coming back to this, right? The magic here happens because of this very interesting algorithm that allows you to build or to compute a private key and a public key that can work together, right? To encrypt and decrypt, where you can advertise the public key, keep the private key separate, and there is no key exchange. You do not have to exchange a key, right? It gets rid of the essential problem we had with symmetric key cryptography. So it relies on mathematics, and that's where the challenge is, right? So the way the mathematics works, and I'm not going to go through this right now, is actually by using what we call one-way functions. So a one-way function is a mathematical function that is very easy to compute in one direction, but very hard to do in the other direction. So I'll give you an example, like what the RSA algorithm does. In the RSA algorithm, we start off with two prime numbers, P and Q. Now, these aren't just any everyday prime numbers. These are huge prime numbers, 2,000 bits, 3,000 bits. So these are massive prime numbers. You multiply them, you work out a value called n. And then you go through a number of mathematical steps to derive the public and private key from it. Now, what we are hanging our hat on here is that given n, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to work out P and Q, right? To work out P and Q from n requires you to do factorization. And factorization is a mathematical problem that has not really been solved efficiently in the 2,000 years of the existence of mathematics as we know it, right? There's no efficient algorithm to do prime factorization of large numbers. So we've counted on that and said, hey, you know, as long as you cannot do that, we're safe. So then now comes along quantum computers, right? And in particular, this guy called Peter Shor. So Peter Shor came up with a quantum algorithm that does just that. It does integer factorization. And when that happened, we got a little bit worried about this, right? He discovered this in 1994. We're a little bit worried, but not too worried, because quantum computers did not exist. But now they do. So we're a little bit more concerned. And as a result of that, we've now got to do something about this, right? Because what the quantum computer breaks is a mathematical algorithm. This is not about bigger keys or anything. It's not going to change anything, right? Because you'll still be able to crack it. So what we've got to do is come up with new algorithms. And these new algorithms come under the umbrella of what we're calling post-quantum cryptography, which is my last topic. So, quick summary before we go forward, right? Symmetric key solutions, they can continue to be based on existing technology in the post-quantum world. They're pretty much immune to what quantum computers bring. We continue to use pre-shared keys, we use quantum key distribution, and you're fine. Asymmetric key solutions break. We have to develop new algorithms, and we are doing just that. And this class of algorithms is called post-quantum cryptography. And you know, when it comes to symmetric key solutions, QKD, quantum key distribution, is getting a lot of interest out there. I don't really have time to go into pros and cons, but happy to chat with you afterwards. It can and does work. It can be an expensive exercise as well. So very briefly about quantum key distribution without going into all the detail here. Quantum key distribution is the only method of key distribution known to mankind that is provably secure. It cannot be broken because it uses the properties of quantum mechanics. So once again, it's using things like superposition and so on. And it does it in such a way that if anyone eavesdrops on this exchange, it'll be immediately picked up will know that the message has been eavesdropped, and so we can deal with it. So it's a very elegant solution. Problem is it's a little bit expensive because it needs dedicated links and so on, right? But it's becoming a contender. It's got many limitations, but there is a lot of development happening in the QKD space now. So coming back to post-quantum cryptography, PQC, right? So the first thing we have to do now is we've got to find algorithms that can replace RSA, that can replace Diffie-Hellman, that can replace elliptic curve cryptography, right? And the body that has been working on that is NIST in the US. So NIST has actually come out with a number of new standards around PQC. That there are algorithms to do with key exchange, right? Exchange of keys for symmetric encryption, and there are algorithms for digital signing as well. So they've come out with a few of these algorithms. Now the NIST only works on algorithms. These algorithms then have to be incorporated into our protocols, like IPsec, like TLS, and so on. And so that work is happening in the IETF as well. It's pretty well advanced. There are many implementations out there, even ahead of full standardization, because we know that this problem is quite imminent now. And many other standards bodies like the 3GPP and so on are now incorporating all of these into the thinking for the next generation of protocols that we have. There's a lot of industry concern about this as well. You know, the World Economic Forum is really concerned because you know, the bulk of our commerce happens because we can keep the communication secure, right? If that breaks, a lot of things break. In fact, a lot of things break if public key cryptography fails. So a lot of these bodies are really interested in this. There are government initiatives to build quantum safe networks, is what they're calling them. So you know, networks that are immune to that. Once again, this is something you've got to do ahead of time, right? You can't wait for a quantum computer to emerge and then say, hey, I'm going to solve it now. It's got to be done ahead of time, which is what's resulting in all this work. So what do you do, right? What can we do today? Now, the transition from today's public key cryptography to post-quantum cryptography will take time. It's not just about development of protocols. There is updating of software, of hardware, rolling it out. I mean, there are millions, hundreds of millions of devices out there that use public cryptography that will need to be updated. So what do you do in the interim? So really, one of the solutions that a lot of operators are using is to use a defense in depth strategy. So when you have this traffic that is secured by today's public key cryptography, put an added layer of encryption over it, symmetric encryption, which we know is immune to quantum attacks. And that way you've ensured that you know, you will not actually get to the point where the traffic that is encrypted with a potentially suspect algorithm is exposed to the bad parties. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Probably have time for a question or two.
Thank you, Paresh. As usual, always very interesting, very informative presentation. And I think you, for me, demystified a bunch of buzzwords you had in the presentation. I see two gentlemen. Bill, you got to the mic first, so Bill, can you start by introducing yourself, please?
Sure, Bill Woodcock. So from a sort of network engineer integrating products into a production network perspective, what is quantum key distribution going to look like in terms of deploying equipment? I mean, do you literally have to have all of the pieces of equipment in the same place at the same time, and then distribute them, and then keep them connected on their own separate Lambda?
Correct. Yeah, look, I mean, if it's not co-located, then you've got to have a segment that is not QKD, right? Which is, I guess, not going to give you that security. So you would need a QKD device at each of the ends. You would need a quantum channel, an optical channel, or it could be a free space channel between them as well. It could be on a DWDM infrastructure, so it can share space with a standard data transmission. But yeah, you do need that, and that is one of the challenges. There are distance limitations as well in terms of how far they can be. There are issues with the fact that we don't really have very scalable ways of doing quantum networking. So you have to build a whole lot of point-to-point links.
And
yeah,
is this going to be like cesium clocks, where you're consuming material as you are using key material, and then you have to physically forklift new boxes out periodically? Or is this something that once you have them in,
yeah, once you have them, you're fine. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I've been loosely watching the quantum cryptography stuff. I've read that there's a bit of a controversy within the ITF about whether to include classical cryptography in addition to quantum cryptography in the latest version of TLS. Do you want to talk a bit about that? Dan Bernstein drives controversy, as I
Yeah, look,
understand.
I mean, that's a very sensitive area in ITF right now, so maybe I should not comment on that in public. Let's maybe have a chat offline.
Hi, Pankaj Chaturvedi from NPNOG, ISPI, India. Thanks, Paresh, for the presentation. As an operator, how this is useful to me, and where do I implement the quantum cryptography? One is the technology and the engineering aspects, but most of us are operators here. So the question which I have, maybe at least I don't have that understanding so much, that how do I make use of this, or what exactly is to be done to use this cryptography in my network? Because as an ISP, as a telecom operators, our job is to deliver the IP layer or a DWDM layer. So how do I use this, and how do I enhance my services? Thank you.
Yeah, so there's an internal use for it, which is, so if you're using IPsec in your network, if you're using TLS in your network, which I presume is yes, all of those interactions that use any of these protocols need to be looked at now, because they are capable of being broken. Now, whether they staying completely internal or not, it's somewhat irrelevant. You still want to fix that. There are things such as routing protocol exchanges that are also authenticated and so on, right? So you'd want to fix that as well. The second area that you talk about is actually, even for traffic that you're carrying for your customers, it may be a valuable service that you provide by saying, hey, you know what, I'll be encrypting your data using AES 256 from your DMARC to DMARC, to give that assurance that within the scope of your network, where it leaves the customer's premises is actually secured. So those are the implications.
Thank you. I think, Anupam, we are over time, so please take it offline.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paresh, once again. Before we break for lunch, we will have some mementos for the speakers. Divya, can I have Suman Bhai and Devdas come back, please? So thank you very much. This is the end of this session. I do have some questions. People in the back, how bad is the sound? पछाडि बस्नेहरुको कति सुनिएको छ कि छैन? Good? The repeat आइरहेछ कि छैन? छैन. Okay, good. So I just want to highlight that we'll have a 1-hour lunch. And after the lunch, there is a session on security, or 3 talks very much focused about security topics. We have a presentation on security transformation, building resilience with open source tools, and a presentation about ASP and RPKI path validation, and then a talk about the puzzle pieces of securing the internet routing. So we'll see you back here at 2:30. Thank you very much. Lunch is outside, and we'll see you here in an hour. Thank you very much.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. I request you to please be seated. Request you to please be seated. Thank you. Welcome back again to SANOG-44 and NPNOG-12 here in beautiful city of Kathmandu. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch buffet. Judging by the buffet outside, I think it took an extra motivation for every one of us, you here. So congratulations to everyone who made it to their seats. So let's shake off that post-launch food coma and dive straight into our afternoon session. Hi, I'm Punit Manandar, and I'm both honored and privileged to serve as a session chair for this afternoon session. So we have excellent lineups of our speakers and their presentations, covering most important topic related to networking and internet security today. Before we begin, I would like to request, if not, then please keep your mobile on silence mode. So let's start. Let's dig it in. Our first presentation will be delivered by Mehdi Hassan, who is a senior cybersecurity analyst at University of Dhaka. He brings more than 17 years of experience in systems and cybersecurity with extensive expertise in implementing open source technologies to build resilience and secure network infrastructure. So he has also been an active contributor to the NOG community. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mehdi Hassan to the stage.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Myself Mehdi Hassan from University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Today I am going to share my experience. It's a case study. How can I secure my organization using some open source tools and technology? So let's begin. These are my today's agenda. So I start from perimeter to web application and visibility. So I will try to cover one by one. So this is the high-level architecture of my organization. I hide many things. I just share here the layered architecture and how can I secure the each layer. I am sharing now. So if you see in this diagram, I try to show how to the external user coming inside our infrastructure and our user going to internet. So in this path, actually you did not see any firewall or any active filtering. Mostly we are filtering right now in our infrastructure where our application is running, application, databases, and others, file and resources. So for the user going to internet, we are right now filtering by DNS. We implement RPZ. And we actively capture data using NetFlow and analyze this data passive mode and take action later. So I can share in my later presentation. So as a firewall, right now we are using open source firewall. It's named OpenSense. It's a fork version of pfSense, but in terms of features, functionality, it is actually providing all the features like commercial firewall, and for the advanced features like next generation firewall or other things, we are using some other tools like Suricata and Zen Armor, integrate it, and these are also open source and free. So this is actually the live view of dashboard, and it's showing how it is protect the noise like some bogon traffics and other things as well as. And this is a capture from how it's block the ad and tracker. So this picture actually showing without firewall feature enabled and showing many advertise and other things. This is a common news site. That's why you are getting very clean advertise, but sometimes we are getting many odd advertise when are browsing internet. But after enabling this feature, we are getting the very clean website without any advertise and tracker as well as. And we are strictly apply the segmentation. This segmentation actually in the infrastructure layer, application running actually here. So we categorize three types: DMZ, management, and data zone. And each layer only accessible using for a DMZ like DNS, web traffic. We can allow only this port. For DNS 53, for web 80, and for port 3. And other things like management and data zone, management is accessible for network monitoring and other things. And database, this actually database are running in this zone. This is completely, strictly accessible only by the database administrator and system administrator. So to do that, we actually implement remote access VPN because we have to provide the access to our developers, to our database administrator, system administrator. So we implement a VPN service inside the OpenSense firewall, and we are using a very strong authentication with time-based OTP and role-based access control. So this is actually the picture of VPN configuration with time-based access control. And another tool we are right now using for protecting our web application, this name is CrowdSec. This is also a open source web application firewall, but it's actually providing the community threat intelligence and actively protect the web application from the attacker. And it is support the most common web application server like Nginx, Traffic, ASA proxy. It has a security engine that actively monitor and protect the all type of attack. It support the most common web attack ops 10 rules and by the feed from the community users. And we are protect, actually before applying it, we collect the data and we have seen that most of the attack comes from some network like free proxy and Tor network, because every attacker trying to hide their identity. So always they connect with Tor network or some free proxy and generating attack. So that's why we completely protect from Tor network for our common web application like our website and others, student portal, LMS. So we completely stop accessing from the Tor network and free proxy. If you are still now, if you are trying to access our website du.sc.bd, you can get this window actually access denied, because most of the attack we getting from this Tor network and free proxy. So the CrowdSec web application firewall is support. You can protect from like Tor network, free proxy, and geolocation based blocking. And it also provide itself a dashboard to see the alarm and notice. And I also integrate it with our local monitoring. This is the Grafana dashboard. So I collect data from the web application firewall and store in Grafana. And this is the Grafana dashboard. And this picture actually is last time we faced a huge amount of DDoS attack. This is actually a number, around 90 million attack within 12 hours. Within 12 hours, and the web application firewall successfully blocked them, and our service still was available to our users. And for the security monitoring, we are using the SIM tools Wazoo. Most of the organization worldwide using those tools to analyze, collect log, analyze, and gather information, enable alarming. And I said before, currently we are not filtering user traffic from incoming to outgoing and outgoing to incoming, but we are collect sample. So we enable NetFlow, we collect NetFlow data and send it to, actually I have collaboration with Team Camru. You know Team Camru is here, and Team Camru has tools is called Nimbus. They actually collect feed from different gateway router NetFlow data, and they can analyze and provide this dashboard. They provide a login, username, password. You can easily log in and collect data and different type of alarm. And we are using this data and send email abuse report to the owner of the IP addresses. And when they cannot take any action, we can block them in our routing table. And I have also another collaboration with NPNOG. I host a NPNOG HoneyNet sensor in our campuses. And this picture actually I collected after deploying 12 days later deploying this sensor, and result show here. Around 60,000 attack I was getting within 12 days, and from 4,000 plus IP addresses. Same policy I apply here. I collect data, and when I see the number of attack from a single IP more than 50, I can send a abuse report. And when they cannot take any action, we can block them in routing table. And another thing, recently .bd implement DNSSEC, and I am one of the proud team member of this team to implement DNSSEC. And our domain, du.sc.bd, one of the first domain Firstly, we implement in education domain because they have less customer in this domain. And two university, Kuwait and Dhaka University, the first two domain to enable DNSSEC. And if you ask question to me about the outcome and user experience, after applying the web application firewall and filtering traffic at web application firewall, around 50% of resource like CPU and memory actually free by our production server. And we are getting minimum false positive, and it increases the user experience, and it's provide a full stack of resilience in every layer, because previously I found most of the service exposed to the internet from SSH access to other services. But right now we are only expose the services the outside user need. Like for web, I said before, 80 and 443 port only available from the internet, and for the DNS service we only allow TCP and UDP 53 port. So everything is blocked by firewall, and only legitimate user can getting access to our infrastructure. So now it's protecting 50,000 plus active user every day in production level. So everything I shared here, this is from the production background, not from lab. If I analyze the cost, so most of the tools I shared here, still we are using free tier, and it's beautifully actually providing our needs. And if you want to make the enterprise compliance, every tools has enterprise tiering with very low cost, with comparing others tools, commercial tools. So it's reducing cost and save around $50,000 per month. Minimum minimum $5,000 per month. So I think it's huge saving for my organization and as well as my country also, because we are suffering dollar crisis. So the key takeaway. So thinking, because I'm also coming from a network and system background, we know how to protect network, we know how to hardening server, but security is not only these two layers. So we need to think defense in depth in every layer. So we have to explore all the layers in our infrastructure and need to protect. And open source is enterprise ready, not only for lab. Many people around the globe is using in their production system. And the organization like us, they can easily use these tools because everything I said I sharing from my production environment. And SIEM is not optional because no human can capable to look after the log and analyze the historical data manually. So SIEM can automate it and analyze and gathering the security event and alarm it, and sometimes if you create automation, they can provide messages, different channel like WhatsApp, Telegram, and if you can automate it, they can take action also automatically. And segment aggressively because personally I work for many organizations and found they didn't care about this because everybody tried to seamless access. So when you can do something, apply some security, first time they face some issues. So that's why most of the time they open access from everywhere. But I suggest segment aggressively and provide least privilege. So only give access who needs hot. And finally, share and participant. I know I am not so much expert, but I love to share. I love to participate. I maybe participate workshop, conference around 50 plus. And this is my 5th international conference I'm speaking. And this journey was also started from SANOG. First I speaking at SANOG-44 in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And I want to mention and acknowledge two people, Shuman Ahmed Sabir Bhai and Ghazi Jihadul Kabir Bhai, because that time I was not capable to making good presentation. And I visited and they gave me time at their office how to correct my presentation. So I really excited both of in front of me. And I also acknowledge and thank my director. He's very gentleman and supporting me a lot to doing and use free tools, trial and error, and making better from yesterday. So that's it. Thank you everybody again.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful insight. So the floor is open to questions. Anyone? Any questions? Please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mehdi. Thank you. So let's directly move on to our next presentation. This session will be presented by Anurag. I think most of you guys know him very well, but I can see a change that he is looking quite younger than last time. So he'll be speaking regarding ASPA RPKI path validation. He's a well-known contributor to the global networking community and has represented Hurricane Electric in numerous network operator group meetings around the world. His work in internet routing and operational best practices is widely respected throughout the industry. So let's welcome Anurag. The floor is yours.
Can I have the wireless mic?
This is the handle.
Yeah, this would be easier. Thanks. No, this is good enough. Handheld is good enough. No. Yeah, this is good enough. All right. Okay. Should work. Yeah. Okay. Works. So, good afternoon, everyone. Already got the introduction done. I must confess, I was asked for sending written introduction, and I did not. So I think the introduction they got was more cheekier than I would have otherwise written. But anyways, thanks for that. I work at Hurricane Electric. For those who may not know, it's a large tier 1 backbone operator. We operate around the world doing large-scale IP transit. So I spend most of my time on the research part, on looking at route filtering, looking at things like optimizing routing. So today's talk is around ASPA. I originally wanted to give talk around how we have deployed ASPA, but since it's a new technology, a considerable part of the presentation would be on what ASPA is, and then I will come to what we have done around it. So before coming to ASPA, here's the overview of the talk. We'll talk about how filtering is done presently, how filtering works, and then based on that we can figure out why ASPA is required. So how filtering is done? It varies from operator to operator. Some operators do it, many operators don't do it. Some operators filter based on static filters with their downstream. Some operators do use IRR for generating dynamic route filters. Some use IRR for generating filters, but just statically push it. So it's overall a very messed up thing. There's no standardized way, and depending on who you are connecting to, you may or may not choose to filter. A lot of people do not filter their upstream for that reason, because the number of prefixes is pretty large. You're looking at over 1 million routes, so it's tricky to actually filter. So overall filtering is just broken, and you will see that coming up all the time. You'll find so many route leaks happening all the time because filtering is just a hard problem with the existing technology of IRR, Internet Routing Registries. So this brings us to ASPA, what ASPA is and how it is going to help in fixing the filtering problem. So it stands for Autonomous System Provider Authorization. It's part of the RPKI technology. RPKI ROA does the route origin validation in the same way it does to the path validation. So ASPA gives you an option to validate path. to the both sides. So someone who is looking, who is receiving a route can validate path. Someone who is originating a prefix can declare who its upstreams are cryptographically and in an authoritative manner. It's way more secure than AS sets. I think Tashi's talk next would give you some insight on AS set. But with AS set, you have to remember that there is no centralized authority. You can have AS set like AS-ISP1 that can be an AS set in one registry and can be maybe belonging to completely different provider in the other registry. So AS set in that fundamental part has been a bit broken, and they were supposed to be just public registered. Somehow we integrated them deep in the routing over time. So example of ASPA record, what do? You simply declare something like a customer AS number, that's your AS number, and then you declare the provider AS number. It can be multiple, so if you are multi-homed, you declare all your providers. If you are taking bandwidth from, let's say, AS 1, 2, and 3, you would create the record declaring AS 1, 2, and 3 as your upstreams. It has a trust anchor, so that comes as part of it. So here's the picture of a real-world ASPA record. Customer AS11358, who has created this record, and then the providers 358, 6939, 34927, and then the trust anchor. In this case, it's NREN for this specific record. In the ASPA, when you declare provider, it is for upstream only, and this is an important distinction to remember. It is not supposed to be for your peers. That's the design of technology. Tech itself takes care of peers, and we will discuss more around on how peers routes are detected and accepted in the next few slides. So validation logic. ASPA validation is done across the AS path, so it can have 3 states. You can have provider, not provider, or an unknown state. This is very similar to the RPKI tech you are already familiar with, because it's part of the same set of technology. So in RPKI, you can have either a validation or an invalid state or a state of unsigned. Exact same way, you can have the same in ASPA, and for a very long time, you would have unknown state, because it will take a while for operators around the world to go and create ASPA records. The not provider comes in the path. Routes are rejected if a not provider comes in the path. This is very similar to RPKI ROA invalid. So if you are getting a route where upstream is not declared, the record exists, record says only AS1 is supposed to announce routes, while you receive a route saying AS100 is announcing it, so you can detect it and essentially reject it. ASPA doesn't care of adjacency, whether it's for upstream or downstream or peer, so you can turn on the validation for different adjacencies. Logic for the rejection is applied on the policy, and this is quite useful. So you can, in theory, So logic for rejection is on the policy, so you can, in theory, roll it out in a phased manner. You can do something like reject only from your customers or peers from day one, then roll it out to customers, and then start rejecting ASPA invalids coming all the way from your upstream. It's quite granular control because it's a policy function essentially. Here's an example of ASPA validation. So let's say you got AS64512, it got 2 upstreams, 64513 and 64514. So the red here is the network in question. It got 2 upstreams, 1 peer and 1 downstream. Here, if you see from the point of view of 64513, it will receive routes of 20 coming from 12, the red. And you can have a record, something like declaring 64520 as the customer with 64512 as the provider in red. And when the green on top, 13 and 14 receive it, they can conclusively say that this is not a route leak, and it's an authorized announcement coming from the downstream. If, let's say, 64512 accidentally leaks 65500, it is going to be rejected, because it has 65500 will not have the 5512 declared as upstream, and hence it would eventually get rejected with the filtering. So for 64513, they will only see they would see 20, and they would only see 20 coming from these paths, and they would validate it based on that. And if the leak happens, they would just reject it coming from the peer side. Discussed it. So ASPA brings an important part which is called valley-free routing. And why this part comes up is essentially because you don't want to have ASPA records for peers that just would not scale up. So it's not defined, it is well declared in the tech that you must not define your peers in ASPA. Many networks may have 1 or 2 or 3, a limited set of upstreams, but they may have thousands of peers. You are not supposed to put peers. So how do you essentially detect leak in case of those routes is something, and this concept will cover. So here's a case of valley-free routing. Let's take this case. I'll just say the last 2 digits just to make it easier here. So 20 connected to 21, connected to 22, 23, and 24, just a simple chain here. And let's define the relations here. Let's say 21 is the upstream, 20 is the downstream. It is announcing the routes to upstream. Makes sense so far. Then let's say it is announcing it back to its downstream. Again, makes sense. So essentially, 21 here is the upstream for both networks here, 20 and 22. It makes total sense. And then let's say it got another upstream, which is 23. This clearly right now is a case of leak, because 22 is sitting between sitting between 2 of its upstreams. It is customer of 21 and it is customer of 23, and still it is announcing this route. So this is clearly a leak. If you see the design here, a valley is appearing here essentially, and whenever valley appears, ASPA reject the route. The idea is that routes can go up and down only once in the whole chain. If they go up and down and up again in the same manner, when I say up, essentially you're going to your provider, and when I say down, you're going towards the customer side. You can't have it twice in a given AS path. If it happens twice, it would be considered as a leak and would be rejected. So here's the example, 64524. When you're sitting here in the corner, if you're sitting here in the corner and you're looking at the routes originated by 20, you will see this long path traversing across 23, 22, 21, and 20. You can easily go and say that 21 does not have declared the 22 as its upstream, and this is a clear example of leak. Now, in this case, there is no peer relation. This is just upstream and downstream relation, so quite straightforward. Let's take another example. Here, it's just a peering relation without necessarily upstreams being a customer of each other. So you got 20 taking capacity from 21. 21 and 23 in this example are peers. If in this case this route goes through, it will work because it is going up only once. It's not going up and down twice. So this route would still be accepted, despite the fact that 21 has not declared 23 as its upstream and 23 has not declared 21 as its upstream, since by definition you are not supposed to declare a peer as the upstream. So the route will go through and it would be considered accepted, even though there is no record in the ASPA for this relation for that, because of the no valley part. So that's broadly about the ASPA part. What you may want to remember for ASPA is that it is bringing authoritative declarations here, where you can have a centralized database of upstream providers, of ASNs, and then based on that filter. It used to be a problem in past. Imagine you're sitting here in Nepal and you want to figure out whether a given provider is upstream or not, say somewhere far off, in Sao Paulo or somewhere, say in Chicago. It would be very hard to know that relation. What ASPA is bringing here is that once enough declaration is done, you would be able to validate paths. So creating ASPA record, it's very similar to RPKI ROA. So ASPA is part of RPKI, so you can create the records in the same way as you would do for ROA, which is at your registry provider. It makes sense to have this in design because registry providers are ultimately the authoritative point of who give these resources. So they know who they have given resources to, and hence they have a validation in place. This was not the case with many of the IRRs running earlier. NPNOG has launched ASPA support back in July. I was giving this talk at NPNOG, and on the same day they launched it, so it was quite interesting. So NPNOG has support for ASPA now. If you have resources from NPNOG, you should be able to go to my NPNOG and create ASPA record declaring your upstreams. And similar to RPKI model, you need to do two things. One, you declare your upstreams so that other side can filter you. And the other part is you start filtering the other side, which is you start doing the validation, which is where it's still a development in progress. Here's an example of the web UI Appenic posted. It's there on the Appenic help page. You should be able to go to the resource manager and route management and autonomous system provider authorization and then create ASPA record from that UI. So configuring ASPA for path validation. This is where the challenging part comes up. As of now, the support is quite limited. The support is good with respect to BIRD. So if you are running an internet exchange, you can easily deploy ASPA. It's much, much easier. Cisco IOS is running trials since last year. JunoOS has unofficially announced, I saw a chat of my good friend from Juniper with Tashi earlier, and he has announced that likely it would be in the next release version, so 26.4 should very likely have support for that. Paresh today informed that Nokia should also have it in the next release, highly likely. So Nokia should also have it in the software stack. Right now, it's not there. That's one of the challenging part. But I think it's a good idea for you to become familiar in meanwhile, and also run a drive of creation of ASPA records, similar to how RPKI ROAs were created in that phase. Just that in RPKI ROA time also, the hardware support came through eventually. It has largely become standardized for now. How do you configure it for path validation? You connect it with a validator, similar to like Routinator has it in supports it already. So you connect you connect your device with the RTR. You enable the ASPA validation, and then you do the ASPA state. I don't have a config example here because vendors have yet to support it, but this is the broad logic. You would have a similar set of syntax. That's the pseudo idea on how you would do it. Routinator supports it since 0.15.1. You run Routinator with enable ASPA flag. Once you run it with that, it will give you ASPA both in RTR, which is connected to your router, and you will also get that in the API call. So here's an example of an API call asking for all the options. So it is giving metadata, ASPAs, and ROAs in there. The earlier screenshots I showed you in the initial slide were also taken from Routinator's output. So I can go back quickly. No, I think it's easier this way. So this screenshot is also coming from the Routinator itself. It's just easier to take it from there than to pick it from routers. So that's about the hardware support and the overall ecosystem support. Now coming to, now you have the idea about ASPA, so I'll come to ASPA deployment at Hurricane Electric. We have deployed ASPA sometimes back. As of now, we are one of the large backbones which is dropping ASPA invalids across the globe, across all the hundreds of routers. We did it through our reactive system, so we have a system in place which was originally deployed during the RPKI ROA rollout. So we had some limitations in some of the routers where RTR was not natively supported. So that system was worked out, and apart from solving the lack of RTR support problem, it also solved other issues like we can inject many other logical rules in the same system than just having RPKI ROA and ASPA validation. So there are many rules. It's just one more rule in the same logic for detecting and then pushing these filters to the routers. We reject routes where ASPA exists and upstream is not matching as per the ASPA design, and the setup is already integrated with the system. So here's the long route filtering algorithm. I've reduced the size significantly to fit it in single slide. So the ASPA for now is just one more rule in the same logic. Many of these rules are very standardized rules which many operators do have as part of regular routing hygiene. So we would reject default routes, we would reject bogons, we would typically reject routes with over 50 AS paths in the length. There are enough crap coming in all the time where people would prepend things like 200 times and would still expect us to accept them. We would reject routes which have AS0 ROA, which is another interesting thing. It is expected that as the ASPA rollout goes on, a certain set of networks, which are transit-free Tier 1 networks, would put AS0 ROA, put AS0 as the ROA, essentially signaling that they have no upstream and hence would help in filtering out if you receive a invalid announcement with a Tier 1 in the path. And the same thing is expected with many of the route servers as well, who do not want their ASN to appear or people to accidentally leak the routes. So in this same logic, we have the ASPA logic somewhere over here. 3.11, we reject routes with ASPA invalid. So this is the case for now. We didn't have the challenge for hardware limitation for now because the same system existed and we were able to use the system. If you are exploring to deploy it fresh for now, it might make sense to wait if you want just the ASPA support. But if you want to have a larger ecosystem for filtering and you are ready to go for a software development phase, it might make sense to explore such a system. Besides putting it on the backbone, we also added the coverage on bgp.he.net. So there is coverage around the ASPA deployment. We have been trying to add similar trackers for various other internet statistics, including number of peers, number of exchanges an ASN is going to. So as part of that, ASPA coverage has been added. So this is the screenshot from today morning. So around 2.52% of the ASNs across the visible table have created an ASPA record. It's still tiny, and it will take a while for it to pick up, as you would expect. A large number of them happen to be from RIPE NCC, which was quite active initially. And since the APNIC support has come a little later, likely the APNIC region should catch up now over time. NREN support is also there, so again, similar logic. APNIC should rapidly pick up. LACNIC, I'm not aware of LACNIC support so far, and would be interesting to see. But likely, most of RIRs are rolling it out, so I don't think it should be later than probably this year. We'll see. With that, some of the limitations of ASPA. Well, one of the limitations is it has the network effect, so it is useful when large number of networks do it. So it's a weird problem, right? I'm suggesting you to create record when no one is validating at large right now other than us and maybe a few other handful networks. But it's a good idea to do it because it won't cost you anything and it will help out internet once more and more people create it, because you have this whole chicken egg problem. People will not invest in validation unless enough ASNs have a record, and people do not have incentive to create a record because not enough people are validating. So probably it would make sense to break this chain and still create record. It does not differentiate between peer and transit relations. And this is actually quite common, more common than you would think. Many large backbones would take transit from networks which are far away in different regions, while they would peer in certain other markets. ASPA cannot take care of this problem. If a backbone is, let's say, hypothetically peering in Asia with another backbone, while they are taking transit from that same network say, in the US, there is no way in ASPA to declare this relation. They have to declare the other backbone as the provider, and now the other backbone would have the ability to essentially leak the route. So that's one of the limitations. I think it was kept it this way just to keep it more simple for now, probably. The other challenge is there is no IPv4 and IPv6 granularity. So if there are different relations like IPv4 transit and IPv6 peer, you can't take care of that. Whenever you declare a provider as upstream, they are upstream everywhere in all protocols, v4 and v6. And for validation to be effective, it's a similar situation as ROV, as I explained. You can create a lot of RPKI ROA records in similar manner, but unless people are doing validation, the network effect is rather limited. The same applies here on ASPA as well. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anurag, for that electric presentation. So we are opening the floor for a few questions from the audience. Oh, please.
Hi, Dave from APNIC. As Anurag said, yes, you can create ASPAs today. If you need assistance with doing that, come and see me or one of my colleagues. We can help you out. But as a rule, when you're creating an ASPA, just think about who do I expect to propagate my prefixes. If it's not that network, don't put them in your provider set. That's the rule of thumb. We have an import feature which shows you what it should look like. If you see a provider in there that is not one of your legitimate providers, do not import that record set as is, please. Validate before you click import.
Thanks, Dave. It totally makes sense. And just to add, it's actually hard for any tool, and this would apply probably on NPNOG detecting who your upstreams are, and in same way, say, Hurricane Electric detecting who your upstream is. It's actually very hard, so you must validate it. It should never be automated, and you should not trust that too much. Always, you know better who your upstreams are, so always use that logic. Thanks. Any other
Anyone
questions?
else? Yeah, thank you so much. So two down, one more to go. So if anyone still has that disorder of post-launch session, then the next speaker probably should take care of that. So the final and highly anticipated presentation will be presented by the ever-smiling and highly energetic Mr. Tasi Funso from NSRC and Flex Optics. Tasi is familiar face across both SANOG and NPNOG. We have seen him regularly at all times. Thank you, Tasi. And he is widely recognized for helping network operators design, build, and secure robust internet infrastructure throughout the region. So I think Tasi is going to solve some puzzle and put some pieces together. Please welcome Mr. Tasi Funso to the stage with your biggest smile.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of time, I'm Tashi. I was wearing orange. Now I quickly switched over to the NSRC black. Don't want NSRC to have any commercial brand around it. This is revisiting the puzzle pieces of securing internet routing. Anurag already covered majority of the puzzle pieces there. I wrote this few years ago while we were off to NPNOG, I think. And with all the recent advances in ASPA and all, I thought, why not revisit this? But before I directly jump into the puzzle pieces, maybe I thought we'll run you through some fundamentals first. Well, internet still works. Our internet still works as a rumor protocol, right? I tell you what I know, you tell that to your neighbors, onwards and onwards. Someone out there in the internet knows who I am. And the hope is nobody in the middle is trying to be funny, right? And that's where most of the route leaks, route hijacks happen, because somebody in the middle is not being honest or not being truthful, right? First fundamental issue. The other one, we all love our decentralized internet, right? Today morning, the whole talk was about how great it is to have a decentralized internet. But the fact that it's decentralized, there is no owner, no authority. And the fact that there is no authority means I don't have a reference point. So if I have a BGP table, I don't have a reference point to compare my BGP table against. So that's the problem. And routing is also variable. It depends where I am on the internet, right? I live in Brisbane. What I see in Brisbane may not be what you see here in Kathmandu, which means what I see in Brisbane, I can compare it against what you see here in Kathmandu, right? So you don't know what is wrong, right? And jokes aside, we have made so much advances now, AI and quantum and all the rest, we still don't have evil bit in packets. No bad BGP update comes and says, hey, I am bad, look at my evil bit. So we don't have that. So hence why we need puzzle pieces. So one of the most fundamental puzzle piece, BGP by design is a very permissive protocol, right? Anurag was talking about that provider to provider leak. Whatever I learn from my one upstream, if I have another upstream, BGP without me telling it starts sending it out to that other upstream, right? Very permissive. So RFC 8212 tried to fix this, right? By saying that if there's no explicit inbound or outbound filter, do not accept a route or do not send announcement to your neighbor. But that RFC still does not say anything about what that policy is. Yeah, sure, I see a policy, but if the policy allows everything in and everything out, your RFC 8212 really doesn't do much, right? And we do track. This GitHub link actually tracks, and you see all of the well-known vendors, iOS XR does it, SROS does it, and then for rest of the other vendors, it's just a configuration knob, right? So please know your platform and make sure you enable RFC 8212. I thought maybe we'll take us furthermore back to basics. In the old days, whenever we wanted to peer with somebody, we were told, at least verify who they are. If I want to peer with you, at least I need to make sure that the resource that you're about to send me was delegated by your regional internet registry. So you look at objects like OTNUM objects, INET-NUM objects, or INET6-NUM objects, and then you go like, okay, you're a custodian of that resource, right? Then Anurag lightly touched upon what's called the Internet Routing Registry. This is a place where, in the old days, we were told to go publish our intent. Right, in this example, I'm using my former network, Bhutan Telecom. I used to run the network, now I don't, so I have to rely on the network I used to run as examples. This one is the old network that I used to run, where we go and publish our intent. In this case, you're saying, I'm the custodian of this /19, and I intend to originate this from AS17660. Same for V6. So it's a place where I go publish my intent. What that helps with is, once every one of us publishes that intent on this Internet Routing Registry, then I can rely on RPSL tools, modern day tools, BGPQ4. Those days we used to use RTconfig, right? You can rely on these tools to then go look up these objects and craft filters. You can automate your prefix filters or AS path filters. But be very careful. The logic of IRR is pretty straightforward. If I find that entry in the database, I accept. If I don't find it, I don't accept. Right? So if you have not updated that database, if you have not gone and created your route or Route 6 objects, I may not accept your announcements. Right? And also be very careful which database you point it to. Tools like BGPQ4 have a default IRR that it points to, which is entities routing registry. So you might want to rely on go pick up only route objects. In this example, I'm saying, okay, the laser pointer doesn't work. I am not sure where I am. Oh, there you go. So I'm trying to craft a V6 filter, but I'm saying only go pick up Route 6 objects from APNIC, though if those Route 6 objects are in the APNIC WHOIS database. Right? Same, I'm doing that for the V4 on the other side. And you can see the default one that points to entity for V4 versus when you go point that to a APNIC as the source, you see there are few routes that I accept less when you point it to authoritative source. Right? Then the other object that we were also encouraged to populate in the IRR database is a proxy aggregate object called ASSet, right? Where the idea is if I'm a transit provider, if I have downstream customers, I can list them as my member ASNs in this ASSet, and it tells the world that I provide transit service for these networks, right? And the way we, again, use this object is we go use BGPQ4 like tools, and what it will do is it will look at all the member ASNs in your ASSet, and then go look up route objects or Route 6 objects for each of those member ASNs, right? So you can use it to craft filters, prefix filters or AS path filters. But ASSet has problems, right? There is no limitation to the number of members you can have in that ASSet. Right? Nobody validates if the members that you have are actually your downstream customers. And you end up with what's called a bloated ASSet, because you can have an ASSet as a member of an ASSet. And then here is a bloated ASSet example that you have. That's almost the whole internet. If you were crafting a filter against this ASSet, you would be accepting the whole internet, because I see almost 70,000 ASNs here, 1.9 million V4 routes. What's the internet? The internet says I only have 1 million V4 routes, but this ASSet will give me 1.9 million V4 routes. And even V6, I don't know when it became 1 million routes, V6. The actual internet is quarter a million V6 routes. So again, be very careful in how you expand this ASSets. Don't rely on a tool. I think Anurag's last comment was, it's good to automate, but you need to know what it gives you out. But you would want to expand this and see whether. I looked at this ASSet. They have looped their own ASSet a couple of times inside that ASSet. So it makes sense why they have this problem, right? The other problem is This was Mongolia, 2024. We were there for NPNOG. Our friends, the largest transit provider there, said, hey, our traffic from one CDN has dropped down from 200 gig to less than a few hundred megs. And we popped in. They said they'll give us some drinks if we come and have a look. So we were there. And then we saw the problem. The problem was they are Gemnet. Their AS set was called AS-Gemnet. When we looked up the database, we found somebody in Czech Republic with the same name, but a newer AS set with only 2 members. So whenever the CDNs were doing the filter updates, they picked only the newer AS-Gemnet, and they lost a lot of their traffic, right? If you look at the RPSL specification, it says, hey, use hierarchical AS set. And I think Aftab also submitted a proposal in APNIC Prop 192 policy here to make sure that hierarchical AS sets are created. Here is an example, right? You give your AS number. I'm using Vocus as an example, right? The AS set is AS number, which is Vocus, AS4826, colon, the AS name AS Vocus, right? I'll move away. And then within that, they have 2 members. One is their own AS and the customer AS set. You expand that customer AS set, and you see this member AS sets there. So there is no way a name collision can happen if you have a hierarchical AS set, right? How do you create this? Masan is in the room. I saw Masan gave this talk, IRR toolset update, how to transition to a hierarchical AS set. The steps are pretty straightforward. Go create a new AS set, add that as a member of the old AS set. You would then only need to update your old AS set, update your peering DB, inform your peers. Don't directly go delete your old AS set. You disappear, right? That is a big problem. So go create, and it's not a difficult step, right? The other puzzle piece, BGP rules. It doesn't get the glamour that all the other puzzle pieces get, but BGP rules is a very good puzzle piece out there that can detect and prevent route leaks, right? And it's a very simple concept. When I have an eBGP session with you, whether you are my peer, whether you're my provider, whether you're my customer, I define on that session who I am. If Indibarda is my upstream, I say I am a customer, right? If I'm peering with Ram, I say I'm a peer with Ram. So you apply that rule based on the BGP sessions that I have, right? And the only allowed relationships are provider to customer, customer to provider, peer to peer, route server to route server client to route server, right? And the configuration is not difficult, right? If you want to do it on Junos, it's a 1-line configuration. If you want to do it on FRR, again, it's a 1-line configuration. There are 2 modes, loose and strict. Loose is I send you a BGP rules capability in my BGP open message. If I don't receive a response back, I still bring up the BGP session. I just use the role for myself. Strict is, I send you my capability. If you don't signal back your capability, I just kill the session. That's a strict mode, right? So what does it do? The moment you define your role, it automatically generates a new attribute called only to the customer attribute, the OTC attribute, right? And I don't have to configure it. The code takes care of that one, right? And the OTC attribute actually has just the AS number. Sorry, I can't use the laser. It only has the AS number of the sender. That's what the OTC attribute contains, right? And the logic is pretty simple. How do I mark it? If I'm about to send an announcement to my customer, to my peer, or to my route server client, I set the OTC attribute only to the customer attribute, meaning I'm signaling to this customer as a BGP peer, a peer as a eBGP peer or RF client that, hey, the route that I'm sending to you, you can consume it and only send to your customers, not to your upstreams, not to your peers. That's the signal I'm sending. And on the inbound side, it's the same. If I receive it from a provider, from a peer, or from a route server, and if they have not set the OTC attribute, I set it as, right? Again, it's a signal to say that my provider has sent me that route. I can consume it, and I can send it also to my customers, but not to my peers, right? So how does it prevent leaks? And that simple mechanism actually helps us detect and prevent leaks, right? So on the outbound side, if I have a route which has been marked with the OTC attribute, I'm not allowed to send it to my providers. No provider to provider leak. Do not send it to your peers. Do not send it to your route servers. On the inbound side, if I receive a OTC attribute from a customer or a route server client, it's a leak. Drop that, right? Same, if you receive it from a peer, What my peer sends me, I'm actually allowed to send it down to my customers, yes. But you need to at least make sure that the OTC attribute, which is the sender's ASN, matches the peer ASN. Then I'm going to accept it. If it doesn't match that, it's a route leak. Drop it, right? Very simple, straightforward, elegant solution. Now, RPKI, everybody should know it. We did so much work when I was in NPNOG those days. We distributed so many T-shirts. ROA binds your prefix to your origin AS, right? ROV then does the origin validation check. I'm not going to talk about it, but what I want to talk about is some best practices with ROAs, right? First, the principle of minimal ROA. Do not misuse the max length attribute when you create your ROAs. We see a lot of ROAs /32 to /48, V6. Right? Don't do that. Only create ROAs for what you announce in BGP. Right? If you have a multi-ASN network, all of us grew up initially as a single AS network. Later, we became a multi-AS network. I have my transit AS, I have my access AS, and your more specifics generally will originate from your access AS. So only create more specific ROAs for your access AS as the origin. Your transit AS should only have your aggregate. So only create ROAs with aggregate for your transit AS, right? So accidental invalids are out there, right? And the AS0 as the origin. You can create AS0 ROAs if you have unused address space to signal to the world that I'm not using it. It's non-routed. When I was in SANOG in South Africa, I was giving the same talk, and then there was orange/15, which was unused. Some network was announcing it. And then there was a Twitter feed from Doug, and then quickly check, there is no AS0 for that /15 that Orange was not using, right? One thing I want to recap here is enforcing first ASN. This is a fundamental BGP hygiene, right? But during this hijack, if you go analyze the hijack, you will see AS199.524 popping up everywhere, G-core. So what the hijacker was doing was they were announcing every unused prefix, parked prefixes, and they were just crafting AS paths randomly. And everything hit AS199.524. 199.524 was not checking the first AS. They were just sending it to their other peers, right? So it's very disturbing that we talk about ASPA, we talk about all the modern features, and we still don't do fundamental BGP hygiene. You need to at least enforce that check, right? So these friends from Cloudflare, they did a much deeper analysis and look at this so-called tier 1 networks. How many actually do not enforce? Some of the biggest networks in the world do not enforce the first BGP ASN check. Right? They went further and they found out maybe they are not to be blamed, because if you look at this vendor OS, JunoOS does not do it by default. SROS not by default. RouterOS, MikroTik doesn't do it by default. Extreme SLOX doesn't do it, but does not enforce it by default. There are only configuration knobs which you can actually use to enforce that first AS check. Right. Please, I've given the link here on the slide. You can read the blog. It's a really nice blog. Coming to the last puzzle piece, problem with ROA and route origin validation, I can spoof your origin AS, your route origin validation. What does it check? It'll look at the prefix length, it'll look at the origin AS, tick, tick, tick. Because I've spoofed your origin AS, I will pass your route origin validation. So we need to make sure that we validate the path also. The best one that was out there was RFC 8205, BGPsec. Right? I call it the path validation of the future, because currently our hardwares can't do it. Right? Maybe down the line, we might be able to implement this. And it's a very neat idea, right? Whenever I announce a BGP update to a peer, I sign that path. When that peer announces onwards to their peers, they sign that path on top of my signature. So by the time you receive it, you end up with a chain of signatures, and you get to validate each of those signatures. And you know who is allowed, who is not allowed, right? So it's a beautiful concept, but the reality is very difficult to implement, right? Remember in BGP, when I send you a BGP update, I can multiplex. I can send more than one route in a BGP update. With BGPsec, you can't do that. It's per prefix update, which means I need massive memory. With route origin validation and even ASPA, cryptography is all done by the validator. I don't do the validation at the crypto workload. It's done by the validator. I get a crypto-stripped version into my router. So my router does not need to do any crypto heavy lift, which means it doesn't have to be expensive. But with BGP-SEC, my router will have to do a lot of crypto. Right? So hence, probably we are not ready. Our current hardwares are not ready for that. Now, to ASPA. Anurag already covered it. I won't repeat what he repeated, but I just wanted to show you some special ASPA objects. The previous example, so this one is a customer ASN, me, the custodian of that customer ASN, declaring those two upstreams as my provider, and I sign it. So that's your ASPA. But if you look at the lower ASPA, I'm using the Monocle tool to look up this from the ASPA repository, AS1299 Telia. They have said, hey, my upstream in their service provider, ASN, they have marked it as 0, telling I don't have transit providers. Right? So it's a special ASPA where they can signal, these tier ones can signal, hey, it's a AS0 ASPA, I don't have upstream or I don't buy transit from anyone. Right? This was the APNIC one that Dave was talking about. Dave, he commented when Anurag was talking. This is what you see on the APNIC dashboard. A quick shout out to the APNIC registry team. And Dave, thanks for letting me know end of June it was ready. Then I quickly went and updated this slide, but a big shout out to the APNIC registry team, Tom Harrison and the team for making this happen. One thing I want you to watch out is import from BGP. You should know who your upstreams are. It's not difficult. I don't think you have 1,000 upstreams. Most of us in this part of the world, the networks that we run. We should know who our upstreams are, add them into your service provider, ASN set, digitally bind them, sign it. It should be that straightforward. Be very careful what you import, right? How it works is fine, but I quickly wanted to show, without ASPA, this is what it looks like, right? AS1 has an ASPA which says, hey, AS2 is my upstream. AS2 says AS3 is my upstream. AS3 says I have no upstream, I'm a tier 1 provider. And then AS4 says AS3 is my upstream. If somebody is trying to spoof as AS1, and let's assume AS1 has a row for that 192.168.1.0/24 origin AS1, sorry about using AS123, apologies, bad documentation. So if somebody was trying to spoof as AS1 here, and AS5, like G-Core, just allows it to go through to the rest of the internet, when AS4 receives it, what will AS4 see? AS4 will see first the original one coming via AS1, AS2, AS3, so about 2 hops away. And then it sees the spoofed one, which is a shorter AS hop. It's the shorter AS path. So without ASPA, I would prefer that path because it passes your route origin validation. Tick, prefix matches, prefix length matches, origin AS matches. Your route origin validation is not going to catch this. But with ASPA, it will look at all the ASPA records. AS4 knows that AS5 is not a provider of AS. AS5 is not a provider for AS4 because I don't see there's no ASPA for that. And then it will make sure that we don't accept that spoofed path, right? Anurag already covered this, but I again want to cover this one as the last. How does it prevent that typical provider-to-provider leak? AS4 has AS3 and AS5 is its upstream, right? You see all the ASPAs there. AS3 and AS5 are tier 1 providers, right? And if AS4 leaks what it learns from AS3 to AS5 and AS6 receives it, AS6 sees that path. It sees that that prefix route has originated from 1, came via 2, via 3, came via 4, 5, and 6. But then it then starts looking up the ASPA record, and it goes, hey, the ASPA says AS4 is not a provider for AS3. It stops there, and it does what's called the up ramp. It says on the up ramp, because of that ASPA, I should only see this hop, AS1 to AS2, AS2 to AS3, only 2 hops. Then, again, based on the ASPA record, AS4 knows that AS6 knows that AS4 is not a service provider for AS5. It says, okay, stop there. On the down ramp, it should have been directly from AS5 to AS6. One is 2 hops. The downstream is 1 hop. There is a gap. This is a leak. So that's how ASPA actually detects. Tom Harrison from APNIC has been kind enough. I sent the slides to him. There is a GitHub repository where he uses all this topology, and you can actually go test why it's valid, invalid. Instead of you reading the RFC, he is reading the RFC for us, and there is a demo. So you can clone that GitHub link. Yeah? So quickly touching on what Anurag touched earlier, APNIC is ready, LACNIC and AFRINIC might come, but yeah, Juno is Juniper confirmed by version 26.4, end of this year it should be there. Nokia in release 27 next year, it should be there. Cisco, iOS 6. Again, the reason why I'm showing this here is you buy gears from those vendors. You can push those vendors, not us. We don't run a network anymore, but you still buy their routers. So you can please politely push your vendors and say, hey, do you want to make ASPA code available? Thank you.
Thank you, Tasi. I think now the puzzle have been put together to stay. Any questions from audience? If there are any. Okay, thank you, Tasi. Please be here. I would also like to invite our previous two speakers, Anurag and Mehdi, to come onto the stage for a token of appreciation. And also I'd like to call Jitendai. Please, I'd request you to give away the token of appreciation. And please request you to give a round of applause. Mehdi Hassan from University of Dhaka. Anurag Bhatia from Hurricane Electric. Tasi Funso from NSRC and Flex Optics. So we have come to our end of this afternoon session, and there is a coffee break happening outside. But one announcement, I request all of you to visit our sponsor decks. They have some information and alongside some perks for you. Please enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Can we have everyone back in the room, please? Let's start. The best session of the day is coming up. We saved the best for the last. Can we have people coming back, please? Dibya, can we get people to come back? Yeah? You want to go to the social, you need to attend this session. That's the qualifying. Because we will give you the social straps here during this talk, yes. One more minute, Masan, one more minute. Can we get people back in the room, please? Can my NPNOG friends please help people back in the room? Bolaidenus na, please. No coffee from tomorrow onwards. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Can I request everyone please settle down? Rustan, can you get more people in? Okay, I think while we get people in, let's start the session. This is the best session of the day and the last one of the day before the socials. First up, we have Matsuzaki-san. We call him Mas-san, right? He is very well known across this region. Mas-san has been around to some of the NOGs that not many people know exist. So thank you, Mas-san, for always being active in our region, always helping out the region. So Mas-san will talk about DNS query trends. Let's welcome Mas-san to the stage.
So this is a quicker. Okay. No, it's okay. I can use this one. Yes. Thank you very much. Hi, this is Yoshinobu Matsuzaki from Japanese ISP IIJ, but people call me Maz, including my wife and my daughter also call me Maz because it's easier for everyone. So today I'm going to discuss about DNS. So DNS is a quite important service as David Conrad shared in this morning. So if we have any internet issues, maybe it's because of the DNS. When you are trying to use an AI, still we need a DNS to access the site, right? Your client or your terminal sending DNS query to your resolver, then who resolver sending DNS query to other authoritative DNS servers. Then if you get an answer, then now you finally get the service, like a web or AI or whatever, right? So monitoring the DNS query is a bit challenging. So the authoritative server side, the server can monitor the query related to their serving zones only, mostly, right? To monitor more detailed query, we need to monitor at the DNS who resolver. There, you can see many queries from your users, right? Because the users are sending query to your who resolver. Then there are a bunch of different tools to monitor. DSC is one of those. It's very famous. I like a more low-level tools like TCP dump. Because by using TCP dump, you can actually see the packet in a low format, right? Or you can use your favorite packet filtering tools. Because nowadays, the modern packet filtering tool, like an IP tables or NF table or PF for BSD, it has functionality to log the packets. By using those functionality, you can monitor the query to the DNS servers. Right? Technically, it's possible, but we have challenges. We need to consider the user's privacy. Because by monitoring DNS, you can tell this user is accessing some particular website, right? So that kind of the privacy of the users. So we need some anonymization of the query of like source IP. And also you need to mind that not all user queries are visible, even you're monitoring at your full resolver server, because your user may use several resolvers, right? Google DNS is very popular in this region, 8888, or 1111, or 9999. It's up to your user. User might configure by themselves to use different resolver, right? Very common now. So if the user decided to use different resolver, then you cannot monitor at your DNS server. And the data volume itself is challenging. Could be huge. Could be both, because we have many interesting devices nowadays. IoTs, broadband routers, sometimes sending millions of queries to DNS because of some malfunctions of the software. Yep, that happens before. Still, we need to monitor because, as I said, DNS is quite important for the users or users of the internet. So stable DNS operation is a key to provide DNS internet services for our users. And we need to monitor the trend, especially the volume trend, to keep your DNS servers capacity of the DNS server enough for your users' needs, right? And to understand your users' behavior, your users' situation, right? By monitoring and also publishing this kind of data, you can compare what's common among the ISPs, what's different from others, right? This is our case. 2014, that time, we introduced a broadband router, broadband access to our users. So people mostly using the internet services at home. So that's why the queries at an evening increased. So the peak was night at that time. And 2025, now the peak of the query is noon, during lunch break. Because now we are providing the service including the broadband, also mobile data as well. People always carrying some device and accessing the internet. And during the lunch break, people sending chat and checking the website, that increases DNS query as well. So because of the user's profile change, that reflects this kind of the graph change as well. So it's up to your users. If you don't provide any mobile service, maybe residential users only, you will see the our 2014 statistics similarity. But if we are providing the service for mobile users as well, then you will see similar to 2025 statistics here, right? So at IIJ, we conducted the detailed study once per year. We monitor 24 hours at our DNS services. Of course, this is not related to our regular monitoring. We usually monitor our server resources daily basis. Of course, you need to check the memory usage, CPU usage, and the bandwidth, etc. But in addition to that, we conduct a detailed analysis, just in case. And also, we publish the result via our internet infrastructure review once per year. You can check the published data from this URL. And we are conducting this analysis once per year. We need to focus something meaningful in long term, right? Because traffic volume changes. If you have more users, of course, the total query increase. If you change your business, of course, the traffic changes, right? So we decided to focus on several points, like daily traffic variation that reflect users' behavior, the ratio of resource record type protocols, the ratio of quad A, HTTPS text, PTR, such kind of resource record types, and the protocol, the usage of UDP, TCP, and DOT as well. And also focusing some characteristics, some host names, such kind of some new standards come up, then we check such kind of query just in case. So the latest one was on October 22nd in 2025, so last year. This is an daily data at that time. The total queries are like 80,000 queries per second. And looking at the resource record type, the majority is still A record, so querying IPv4 address of the host name. The second largest is quad A, IPv6 address, as you can imagine. The third major one is HTTPS record type. It's a new record type. It's not related to the HTTPS protocol. It's a new record type. I will talk it later. And then PTR, SVCB, SRV, and text as well. But the majority is A and quad A and then HTTPS. 98% of this records. It changes by time, right? So right side and V4, maybe still the legacy device using the V4 protocol, V4 transport to query DNS. The majority in the quad A, A record for IPv4 transport. And second largest in quad A, and the HTTPS just started around 2019, then gotten majority. And V6 transport, we see more quad A record query on IPv6 transport and HTTPS as well. And you can see query for A record is decreasing slightly on IPv6 transport. So HTTPS is new resource record type since 2020. It suddenly became a major resource record type. I guess this is because of the major browser, web browser, started to use this record. And then also we are observing the SVCB record type, observing since 2022. Because of the new RFC, 9462 DDR, discovery of designated resolver. This is querying the DNS capability. If it's supporting a modern secure resolving function, then the client can use it. So QName is _DNS.resolver.alpha. We are monitoring quite good number of this QName on our resolvers. At our DNS services, 60% of query using IPv6 transport. It's almost very stable all over the day, night, day, right? So very stable. Even though the query, total number of query up and down, but then the ratio of IPv4, v6 transport is quite stable. And each source IP sending almost about 0.2 query per second per IP, source IP I mean. So you can calculate how much query or how much volume you need to prepare based on this number by multiplying to your users. If you have 1 million users, you can just multiply this number. So looking at the query per sec per source IP, on the IPv6 side, the number of the query per second per source IP is almost stable for the day, but the difference is the number of source IP. So daytime, we see more source IP on the IPv6 side. But on the IPv4 side, right side, the number of source IP on the IPv4 side is very stable for the day. The difference is query per second per source IP. Right? We know the reason, right? NAT. So usually residential service using the NAT. The NAT aggregate the query, then sending to the internet, or actually to our resolver. That's why the number of source IP on the IPv4 side is very stable. Just number of query increase. But on v6 side, the query per source IP is very stable, but instead the actual source IP increase during the daytime. I guess this is because the broadband routers in Japan mostly providing the ISP IPv6 resolver to users directly, not doing any forwarding anymore. Because on the IPv6 side, the broadband router do not need to have a state of the query, just forwarding, right? But the v4 side, sometimes you need to track the status because of the NAT, or if you are functioning as a forwarder, you need to have some status. So make it simple. V6 side, the broadband router just providing the ISP resolver information to the client. UDP, TCP, yeah, still UDP is a majority. 96% with the UDP, but then TCP is slowly increasing over the years. Now we are observing 1.8% of query using the TCP transport at our resolvers. And not that worrying, but need to care. So as a DNS resolver, of course, you need to provide a TCP transport as well. Once we have a huge response, sometimes your client needs a TCP transport to receive such a huge reply. Good. Spikes is interesting. So usually our graph is 5 minutes average. But if we are looking at more granularity, 1 second granularity, then we have notable patterns, especially in the morning. we are observing the small peaks at the hour and also 14 seconds and 9 seconds before the hour. We are using smartphone as a morning alarm, right? Usually people configure it like 7 or 6, whatever, right? Before your smartphone ringing the alarm, the device need to wake up, right? Usually several seconds before the clock. At that time, the device sending out a DNS query to set up the functionality. We are observing certain behavior at our DNS resolver. Maybe it's not an issue at this moment, but once we have many IoT devices or many other devices in our network, it's better to distribute such kind of synchronized behavior. So I suggest if you have any IoT or synchronized devices in our network, then somehow you need to randomize the behavior. Like used to be, we have a cron job, right? Scheduled job under our Unix system. Now it's advised to introduce some randomness, not to synchronize, because if your servers synchronize all together to send some query, then it's kind of the DOS to your services, right? So time synchronize sometimes creating a new problem in the future. So this is a summary. Again, DNS is a very important service for our stable internet services. Also, understanding usage is very important. What kind of the usage of your users? Maybe it's different per region, different per service, or like a residential service or mobile service. They have different profile, right? You need to understand what kind of profile you have, and need to care review of which study serves which purpose. Of course, as a service, you need to monitor your resources so that you can provide a stable service, right? And as I shared, major changes from software updates, browsers, maybe smartphone applications, once it changes behavior, it suddenly reflects the usage of the DNS and other traffic pattern as well. So we need to share such kind of the experience and compare what's happening in our networks to have a better internet operations. Thank you very much.
Is there a question, please, to the mic? Your name and your organization, please. Thank you.
Hey, Srijan from Workale. So I'm not from networking world, so if I'm wrong, please just correct me. But there's this theory called theory of dead internet, which says that most traffic today is either bots or agents. Have you seen anything like that in your charts? Have you seen anything that says that these are not human traffic?
Sorry, you don't get me.
So, well, what I've heard, right, there's this theory called dead internet, theory of dead internet, which basically means 80% of internet traffic these days are agents, AI agents and bots, not human.
Bots.
Like automated program scripts, not human. Have you seen anything in your charts that suggest that, oh, wow, we've got some.
Yes. But then it's kind of, I guess, anomalies, right? Query from bots. Sometimes we see some interesting spikes. But most of the DNS attacks using the source address spoofing to send an amplified reply to the victims. But we deploy URPF. Also, our DNS server have an access control list allowing the query from customers only to prevent such an use. So by deploying such, we are seeing the less query, the DOS queries from our user side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone? Masan, maybe one from me quickly.
Okay.
This is not from me. I'm asking on behalf of somebody. Why is the Quad A query and HTTPS query have similar trends?
This one.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's my guess, right? I'm not a web browser developer, but once they decided to use HTTPS, they firstly deployed and then see how it actually works or how it efficiently works. Then by the time they are optimizing, I guess. So that's why the trend is very similar, how they are utilizing the DNS query to get the best performance. This is my guess. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Abu Sufyan from Bangladesh. Abu Bhai will talk about what your DNS logs say about your CDN behavior and optimization. So Abu Bhai, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you all have a great first day of SANOG this year. I'm also going to talk about DNS, but this time logs and what it says about your CDN efficiency. Before jumping to the topics, I would like to quickly introduce myself. I'm Abu Sufyan, working as a head of Access Network for an ISP called ADN Telecom in Bangladesh. I'm also an ethnic community trainer. So let's get started. I believe throughout the day, we all know that we understand that the importance of DNS, and if it goes wrong, what will happen? Now, thing is, from that understanding, we know that, okay, every organization, especially the operator, should have its own DNS server, right? But the reality for Bangladesh is that we are mostly dependent on the third-party global DNS server. If you see the picture here, it's almost 56% of Google DNS. And if you compare with, if you add everyone, you think that it will be like 60 to 70%, and more than that. Other countries, especially as we are in Nepal, your condition is far better than us. Now, what is the problem of this? It works, right? Using global DNS, it works, right? And from an operational point of view, if a website is not working, change it to global DNS 8.8. It works, right? It starts working, and sometimes it works better than your own resolver. Now, is there any performance difference? We started to check that option that, okay, if we are using global DNS, and if we compare it with our local DNS, is there any performance difference? You can see that there is a gap between the response time. If you are using global DNS, it takes some time to resolve and get back to you. Now, is there any impact on the real website loading for these sort of DNSs? We have run some tests using Python, a simple Python script where we used same destination, different server, own resolver, global DNS, and the DNS within our IX. You see the result. You see that if you see the TTF, the time to first byte, there is a significant difference. And it impacts on the user experiences in a way, like for an ISP, as I showed that, most of the ISPs in Bangladesh, they are using global DNS. And you know the IPT price. At the evening or the night, it goes near to congested or almost congested. Now, the last two scripts, it shows that there's a time difference. Now, if you add the congestion on top of that, it actually impacts on user experiences. So, and moreover, there is still, if you see that, okay, no, Google, Facebook, some other Cloudflare, they have their own algorithm or based on the BGP or some other stuff, they have their own background algorithm, they can serve you. But there's still some DNSs that only rely on the DNS server. Now, for those ISPs, as they don't have control over their DNS, they don't have any logs. They don't see anything. That's where their traffic is going on. For our cases, why this matter to us is that we use our own DNSs, but the problem is that we have multiple other CDN servers that are like paired with some other ISPs. Based on we have our own CDNs, and we have listed some other CDNs from other providers. Now, from our perspective, is that we wanted to see that, like, how much traffic we are receiving from those CDN providers, and they are advertising basically a multiple of CDNs to us. So from which their CDN servers we are getting actually the traffic. So that's what our main goal is, to see from which servers we are actually getting the traffic. So as it will help us to discuss start the discussion with those providers that like I am getting only served from the only one server or two server or multiple server. Okay. So our objective was simple. We wanted to create a DNS telemetry for only the CDN servers, and we don't want to impact our production for this. We just wanted to have a separate system to see it actually works or not. And for that result we wanted to see is that we wanted to have a telemetry for our own DNS, for our vendor DNS, and the global DNSs. And we wanted to do this all together by using open source without any cost. So for the lab architecture, what we are using right now is that we are using Power DNS for collector. We are using Python for scripting. We are using ClickHouse for storage, and Grafana for visualization. Now, the question is, why Power DNS? In our country, we are mostly familiar with Bind, right? So the reason behind choosing Power DNS is mainly the scripting purpose and the lower scripting purpose, and for its faster resolving options. So how the data is actually flowing? Every time, if there is any query for the CDN, especially for the CDN, not everything, it writes a JSON query. Then the Python script does, it's read the JSON query, the last query, and push it to the ClickHouse. From the ClickHouse, what we are doing, we are visualizing those data. So here's the script. I'm not reading all this whole script. Here you can see that we are actually filtering the CDNs by their name, by the domain name. You can add or remove here. Then the logs, as I mentioned, if the query comes to the Power DNS, is create a log, a JSON log. So here is the log. You can see here we have timestamp. We have the query IP from where the queries are coming in, the domain name it's actually querying, and the answer. For every answer, it creates a single log, single line of logs. Now, here is the Python script to push this log to the ClickHouse. Again, I'm not reading it. This is shared in a GitHub, so if you want interested, you can check out. By this Python script, what we are doing is that simple things. Reading the last log, push it to the ClickHouse, and delete that logs. Now, here's the 3 tables actually we are using in ClickHouse. The 3 tables, the first thing is that the logs we are exporting from the JSON to database. The second thing is that what we have done is we have listed out all the CDN server of ours, vendors. Then, if that doesn't match, it goes as a global one. Then the third, that's the third one, the derived one. So here's how the DNS data looks like in the ClickHouse. You can see the same thing, but right now it is in the DNS in the storage server. Here is our IP address, as I mentioned. As we need to compare the IP address with the answered IP, we have to put it in a single way. We cannot push /24. So we have to enter all the IPs one by one. We have done it like using Python script, just pushed it. Then here's the final answer. Once we have the logs and the map, then what we did, we just collaborated with them and make it a mark. If it is matched with our IP, the answer is matched with our IP, we are saying that is our own. Or we, as a brand, we call it Uday as a brand, so we put it, the Uday IP. Then if it is matched with our vendor IPs, then we are calling it vendor IPs. If it is doesn't match with both these two, then it goes to global. As if you are familiar with Grafana, you know that you can easily export the ClickHouse database to Grafana, because what we have seen is it's actually the background. Now, to show it to the management or to an operator or the CDN provider, we need some sort of visualization, right? We cannot show the real database queries. So we put it to Grafana, and after the Grafana dashboard which comes, here is the outcome. This is the very basic things we have done. What we did is we calculate all the queries for which is coming in, and see that's how much is like for Facebook, Google, TikTok, just in a comparison, like how much out of the total queries. Now for the much more better analysis for the Google, we have created another dashboard where we see that, okay, this how much traffic for the global coming in for us, for vendor. The same thing we did for the Facebook also. That's if you add more and more, you can add more and more dashboards. Now, what is the lesson we learned for this project is that actually from our country perspective, ISP should run its own reservoir because it needs data for a negotiation. It needs data for the measurement. Because if for an ISP, we cannot go do the blind optimization, right? So we need, for that reason, we need data. From our perspective, the projects we are still running in, and we want to tie up this, the result is with the ASN number, so that we can furthermore utilize it. And also, the main thing that I am currently working is to integrate this with the NetFlow data. So, to see actually how much traffic we are using for that same query. So, if you like to work with this project, the GitHub link is shared. you can download it and use it by your own. That's all. The DNS actually, finally I would like to tell that DNS logs tells you where your traffic lives. And thanks to the PC committee to accept my paper and let me come in and stand in front of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu Sufyan Bhai. Do we have any questions? Please, on the mic, your name and your organization, please.
So I'm Priya Ranjan. I work for an ISP here. So I saw your part, but I wanted to know what drives ISPs in Malaysia, Bangladesh to use OpenDNS in the first place.
First of all, it's free. You don't need any infrastructure to use it.
How do you apply, let's say, any filtering or blockings you want to do, like, let's say, betting sites and pornographic sites?
No, we don't.
For you to do it, but because they're using resolvers, how do you, as the ISP, impose any new regulations or filters that you might need to impose on users if all the users are using resolvers?
That's what we actually, I was talking to someone, Champika, that actually in Bangladesh, if government wants to filter something, they send us the domain name, we filter it using the IP address. And most of the time, those IP address goes for the Akamai or the Cloudflare, and you know that the result is. So we don't have any policy for blocking using the DNS as of now. Sean, I can tell you.
So the CDNs that require DNS, you do not deploy it or you ask for it, right? You use to your nearest data center.
No, we don't have any policy for have a strict DNS on your data center or this sort of stuff.
Okay, I got your point. Thank you. Any follow-up questions? This is an interesting topic. If you use open resolvers, your traffic might get served from the nearest POP instead of from the local cache. I think this is critical. No questions? Thank you, Abu Bhai. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Next up, we have our sensei, our DNS sensei in this region. Many of us grew up with Champika-san's sensei's DNS tutorials and workshops. So we have Champika now talking about root zone KSK rollover. So, sensei, the floor is yours.
Yeah, you're talking about sensei. David is there. David is my sensei. He was my former boss. So, yeah. Good evening, everyone, and really happy to be here. I should talk to this. Really happy to be at SANOG again. I've been involved with SANOG since pretty much its inception, and really always a great feeling to talk to the SANOG crowd. So myself, previously I used to come as AP-NIC staff a long time ago, but now I work for ICANN. I represent the ICANN CTO office. In fact, David was our boss, as I said before. So I'm going to actually talk about the root zone KSK rollover. So there's a lot of things involved in there, even in the topic. So I will try to explain within this short time. Of course, I'm standing between you and the social event, but I will try to see what we can discuss about this, and at least you'll get to know about what are we going to do and how you should be prepared with this rollover that's going to happen. Okay, now before we really get into the details, I just want to quickly update about DNSSEC and the chain of trust and the rollover that's going to happen, right? Because to understand this KSK rollover, you need to have some understanding of DNSSEC. So in case if you are not familiar with DNSSEC, I want to give a very quick intro so that you know about the context that what we are talking about. This morning, David, of course, even he was talking about the DNS security matters and various things that related to the DNS security and so on. So one of the very important things in DNS is to protect the DNS data, right? There are lots of attacks that happen. There are DNS hijacks, also cache poisoning type attacks, and so on. So this is why it is very important to protect the DNS infrastructure. So when you think of protecting DNS infrastructure, there is the data protection aspect as well, and then there is the transactions, the server protections. There are various things you have to consider. But if you are to focus onto DNS data or the data protection, where the DNS data lives, that's where we use DNSSEC. So DNSSEC gives us very two important security objectives. One is the authenticity of DNS data. So authenticity is whether you are getting the DNS data from the right place, right? So if I'm an authoritative server and if you are a resolver, if I'm going to send you some DNS data, you have to make sure whether you are really getting it from the right server or the right party, right? So this is the authenticity. And the other thing is the integrity of DNS data. So what's integrity? As you may know, in case, if I'm going to send you this DNS data, in case if that gets modified in the middle, then the integrity of the data is lost. So you have to make sure that the integrity of the data is all there, right? So that's the other important thing that the DNSSEC provides. So DNSSEC, as I said, it stands for DNS Security Extensions. So we have that provisioning. Now, also the other thing is that DNS is a hierarchical system. So you have root on the top of DNS, and then we have top-level domains, the TLDs, then we have second-level domains, third-level domains, and so on. So when you're deploying DNSSEC, there are two aspects. One is the signing, right? Even this morning, there were some discussions about DNSSEC signing, right? We talked about keys and doing signing and so on, right? So who has to do the signing? It is the authoritative server operators who are managing the zones. They have to do the signing of their DNS data, which means they're signing the zones. Then you have the resolvers. So resolve operators or the resolvers, they have to do the DNSSEC validations. So the data they are getting from the authoritative servers should be validated at the resolver level, right? So the other thing is, now when you're thinking of, say, this hierarchy, if you are a second-level domain, or if you're managing a second-level zone, what you have to do is to sign your DNS data. To do the signing, of course, we use these DNSSEC signing algorithms and so on. Here we use asymmetric keys, which means key pairs, the private keys and public keys. And we would publish these public keys in the DNS. And then, of course, private keys we have to keep safe. And we publish the public keys and the signatures, right? So along with your DNS data, we have the signatures. So once the second levels, when they have protected their zones by signing, the trust, right? The trust has to be propagated to the parent. Why the parent? Because parent is the one that you delegated that particular zone to you, right? So that is why we have to propagate the trust from second level to the top level, right? Going, basically it's going from child to the parent. And after that, parent has to do the same thing. So parent gets this child key information, and then that key information becomes data to the parent. So parent has to then sign using parent's keys. And then that has to be, again, the trust has to be propagated to the parent's parent. So parent is basically the root, right? So that's the hierarchy. So that's how the trust would go from second level to the top level to the root. Now, when you think of these keys, the things why the DNSSEC gets complicated because there are different types of keys as well. So there is something called zone signing keys, and then there's something called key signing keys. So zone signing keys are used to sign the zone data. whereas key signing key signs your zone signing key. So basically, the key information what we send to our parent, or the hash of the key signing key, is that what goes to the parent level, right? And then from parent level, the parent's key signing key information, the hash of that would be sent to the root zone, right? So why we are sending hash? Because it's operationally effective or efficient to send the hashes rather than sending the whole key itself. So that's how then the trust would go all the way from bottom to the top of the DNS hierarchy, to the root. So now you can see now every level has got all these keys, right? So you have the zone signing keys, and then you have the key signing keys. Now think of the root level, right? When you're thinking of the root level, so root has got root's zone signing key, root has got root's key signing key. So these root keys has to be really protected very well, because if the root keys are compromised, then the whole hierarchy would be in danger, right? So that is why it is very important that there has to be a proper process to protect the root keys. It has to be properly managed, it has to be properly audited, and so on. So there is a whole process behind the management of root keys. And I told you that I represent ICANN, so ICANN facilitate this process with the IANA function. So IANA is a function within ICANN, so IANA do this process. And then, again, it's not that just IANA is doing this. The community is involved in this. So there are what we call trusted community representatives. I put some pictures here just for you to get a feel of it. So if you go to IANA website and look for the root zone management, you can get more information about how this process is done and how what sort of information is there. Even these key ceremonies are all webcasted. You can watch these. It's all happening. Because the thing is that these keys has to be rolled over. It is not a good practice that we should keep the same keys for a very long period of time, right? So that's why we have to change these keys time to time. Now, earlier I mentioned you about zone signing keys and key signing keys. So typically, these zone signing keys do not have a very long period of time. We don't keep it for very long. So we do the rollovers, say, in 3 months' time, quarterly. Whereas when you think of the key signing key, so that's the rollover that we are talking in respect to this presentation. If you go back to history, 2010, that's when the root zone was signed, right? Going back to 2010. And then we did a rollover in 2017. In fact, when David was there managing that. So 2017, that's the time that happened, the rollover of that key, which was in 2010. So far, as of today, we are still using the key that was used, or the KSK. So KSK is the key signing key of the root. So we are still using that key. So what we are going to do now is to roll over that 2017 key and to have a new key, new KSK, to sign the root zone, right? And this process has already started. It's not just something that's starting now or today. It has started sometime back in 2024, but still the root key is out there in the root zone. It's not signing the data, or basically the zone signing key. So this is what we need to be prepared, because once the new KSK is going to be in use, that will affect the resolver validation. So the resolvers, it has to have the new KSK in the resolver configuration so that the validation can happen properly, right? So this is why this information is important, especially for the network operators who run your resolvers, right? Okay, so why this matters? As I said, the cryptographic keys should be updated periodically. See, the thing is that keys do not have a certain period of time. I mean, if you want, you can keep these keys for a very long period of time, so there's no any sort of time limit as such. But always, it's a good practice that we should change the keys time to time. It's just like, we change the passwords. We don't keep the same passwords for a very long time, right? We change it at certain period of time. So in the same way, we change the keys periodically as well. And it's always good to do planning, right, for proper maintenance and so on, rather than in case if something happens, if something goes wrong, you try to do it in an emergency way. That's not very good, right? So this is why some good planning is needed. We do these rollovers for that. And also, to make sure that the DNS is resilient, it is secure. That is also why, as I said, as I explained you before, why we do these processes, make sure that the root zone is secure, right? And also that trust, the chain of trust is all there so that, the top level domains, the second level domains, and so on, they can start deploying DNSSEC and send the trust all the way towards root. Okay, so going into some of the other aspects. As of now, as I said, already some tasks has been done in this process. So what is our objective now? We are going to change the root KSK or roll over the root KSK, right? So to do that, first of all, the new KSK has to be generated. Now, speaking of these key facilities, there are two key facilities. We have to generate the root keys first and then bring it to another facility, again for redundancy and so on. So that has been already done. So the new KSK is generated. And then the other thing is, once the new KSK is generated, or KSK in a sense, the key signing key, right? So once this new key is generated, we have to make sure that it propagates to the, basically, everyone should trust that, right? Because if you do not trust the new KSK, it's going to be a problem. So this is why we have to make sure that the new KSK has to be published in the root zone for a certain period of time so that the resolvers can trust it. So we have been having the new KSK that was generated. It was generated in 2024. And until now, it is already there in the root zone. So if you query for the KSK, you can still get the KSK that we are going to use in 2024, right? And it is signed using the current KSK, because we have been having the KSK all this time. So the current KSK has already signed this new KSK, so you can trust it, okay? So that's going to happen. So this is that's why we say new KSK is published in the root zone. It's already there now. And then until this time, so the resolvers now, they can learn this new trust anchor. So this is the period of time that you can learn about this trust anchor. So what's going to be the next step? Next step would be the root zone signature transition to the new KSK. So which means this new key signing key is going to sign the zone signing key of the root. So which means basically the root data, right? So that step is the one that's going to happen later this year. I will tell you the date so that you know exactly the timeline and so on. So this is the kind of timeline that I was explaining about this. We have already introduced the new root zone KSK. So this is called the KSK 2024. So that was generated in 2024. And it is already been, you can see I'm not sure whether it is clear from the back. So that's where the KSK was generated in, and this is in one of the facilities. This is in the other, it is replicated to the other facility. And then during this two-year period, this KSK is already, has been there in the root zone all this time, so that you can learn about it, right? Now we are here, so this is 2026 July, we are here now, and this is the point that the new KSK is going to sign the zone signing key or the data, right? So the day is actually 11th of October 2026. At this point of time, on this day, we will start using the new root zone KSK. So how will this impact you? That's the question, right? Okay, just to sort of, remember the date, that's 11th of October, right, this year in 2026. Be aware of that. So why do you need to take, who has to, first of all, who has to take some action on this? if you are running some resolvers or DNSSEC validating resolvers, out there are lots of resolvers. You must be running your own resolvers. But if you are doing DNSSEC validation, you should actually, right? If you want to give secure answers to your clients, to your customers, you should be enabling DNSSEC. And if you are running DNSSEC validating resolvers, you also have to make sure now, in your resolvers, you got the new KSK in place, right? Because if you don't have that in your configurations, when the validation happens, if you still have the old key, but if the root has got a new key, it's not going to work, right? Because the keys are not the same, right? It's not going to do validation. So if the validation is not going to happen, of course, if the validation fails, the resolver is not going to give the response to the client. So if a client is asking, say, I need this IP address for a certain domain, and if there's no validation, the resolver is not going to give that answer to the client. So if the client doesn't get an answer, the client will not be able to get to the website or the domain, and so on. So obviously, this is the impact that you're going to see. So that is why it is important that especially the network operators, the ISPs, and whoever, you could be an enterprise, you could be running your own resolvers, or you could be, anyone basically who are running your own resolvers, DNSSEC validation resolvers, validating resolvers, you need to have some understanding on this. So what are the recommended actions? Just be aware of this. There's something happening. I mean, there is this KSK rollover is happening. Also, there is this RFC 5011 support. What is that? So this is automated support, basically, right? So if your name server software, if it follows basically, automated updates, so which means you don't really have to worry about it because it will get the new KSK automatically. And so you don't have to do any manual configuration or anything, right? But in case if you have done some manual configurations, if you have put your root keys into your configurations manually, then you have to do some, make sure that you know about this and you do the change manually as well. So you may want to do that manual process. But there are things, there are some tools that you can test this out. We have also put some resources in case if you need to do some further testing. So in case if you're unprepared, what will be the impact? As I said, potential issues can be validation failures. So basically the clients will get server fail responses. Clients will not be able to talk to the servers. So the DNS lookups will fail. User will face some connectivity problems. So especially on the 11th of October, don't take leave or something, and then if you are a DNS administrator, because, in case if your DNS servers are doing DNSSEC validation and if you still have the old keys, potentially you might get some calls from your customers saying that, they can't get to websites and things like that, right? So, but I'm not trying to, scare you or anything, but just to sort of, be prepared, make sure that you have the new keys in your resolver, right? Okay. The trust anchor management, this is where the trust, if you go to the IANA website, you can see the new trust anchors. Also, if you query the DNS, it's already there in the DNS, it's already published in the root zone, it's all there, right? So you can see the new trust anchors. And as I said, 5011, if you are complying with RFC 5011, these trust anchors, you'll get it automatically. What are the other things that the operators should be monitoring? Make sure automatic transition, it happens, right? And then you can check whether your resolver is validating normally. And also make sure that there are no service level interruptions and so on. As I said earlier, there are some tools that you can use to do some testing in case, if you have any difficulties handling this. Now, just want to quickly mention about some of the lessons learned from the 2018 KSK rollover. I told that the last KSK rollover happened, actually it started in 2017 and happened in 2018. So this was there are well-documented contents in the ICANN website as well. If you want to go and have some look about some of these things that I'm talking about, those tools, the testing tools that we used, and also some reports in terms of what were the outcomes and so on. Those are available in the ICANN website. So the summary is that always we found that the outreach has really helped us quite a lot, especially doing these kind of sessions, making the community aware about these, especially the network operators, especially the ISPs and so on who are running the resolvers. Once they know about this, they can update their resolver configurations. So it has really helped us. So that is why we are trying to do this in the next KSK rollover as well. Most operators, last time, they transitioned smoothly. It all went well, correctly. And user impact was minimal. Actually, initially, there was some time, it was supposed to happen in 2017, but we had to basically extend that time to make sure that they have that preparation. But once after that preparation has happened, it all went smoothly, mostly, right? And then have these things also in mind. So most likely, even in this next rollover, the things will go all smoothly. And but just to sort of have some understanding of this is a kind of checklist that you may want to have some, keep it as well with you so that you know exactly what to do. Basically, make sure that you are supporting RFC 5011, which is the automated updates for the trust anchor. And then, in case if you're not doing automated updates, make sure you have the new key in your configurations. You can also do some testing on your validating resolvers, and then make sure you do some monitoring. Also, most importantly, if you have some documentation, right, because you may not be the one always, maybe involved in this whole administration, right? There might be some new staff. So make sure that you update your documentation as well so that everyone knows about this. And then if you need some more updates, stay tuned to various news alerts and also messages that are coming from ICANN and IANA. So we do keep updating the community on this and also, have some understanding on that. I think, this is what mainly I wanted to mention. So basically, the key takeaways are that there is this root zone KSK rollover is going to happen on 11th of October. So before that date, make sure that if you're running resolvers, DNSSEC validating resolvers, make sure you have these new KSK, you understand the new KSK, otherwise if your resolver will not be able to do that validation, right? Yeah, this is what wanted to update. There are some, in case if you're further interested in some of the more discussions and things like that, there are some mailing lists that you can subscribe as well. If you find some support from ICANN, you can also write to global support at icann.org, and they will direct you to the appropriate resources as well. So this is the update, what I wanted to mention. If you have any questions, or I can take now, or I'll be around here for next few days. So happy to have some discussions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Champika-san. Anyone has questions for Champika about the KSK rollover, or too much at the end of the day? Okay, can we have the previous two speakers back, Mas-san and Abubai? Can we get you back on the stage, please? And GZ Bhai, can I invite you to please give away the token of appreciation? Champs Bhai? Abubai? Yes, please. Mas-san, thank you. Come here, Bhai. Thank you so much, Masa. Thank you once again. Abubai. And then finally, Champika. Thank you. Thank you. And the group photo. And the group photo. Thank you so much. Thanks once again to the speakers. Thank you, Masan. Okay, that wraps up day one of SANOG-44. The social and dinner will be at 6 p.m. Thank you for those who stayed back throughout all the sessions. Rupesh Dai, the social will be outside. The social will be right outside. We have maybe another 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, so maybe you can just take a break, and then please do come back for the social and the dinner at around 6 p.m. Thank you once again, everyone. Okay, tomorrow, quick housekeeping for tomorrow. Tomorrow, our session starts at 9:30. The speakers will speak to an empty room, they don't mind, so please do, please do be here at 9:30 tomorrow. We will start. That means we need to keep the social easy today. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.